Alright, hello, and welcome back to some good old programming. Hope everyone is having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, sorry, I've had some really weird sleep at the moment, and I'm kind of just dealing with that at the moment. Need to remember to go sort some stuff out. Oh. Alright, okay. Where am I at this? That's fine. Alright. So. I do not know where we're at with things. Oh. Apologize. I'm kind of doing my, brain activation. If you know what I mean. So, there's a couple of things I want to try and start working on today. I've been doing some more concepting for the bosses, like I said I would. And I might show... yeah, we'll show one. So, one of the ones, again, I'm gonna say this now before any, actual comments on it come in. This one is early concepting, not colored or shaded correctly, but this is one of the bosses. This was the mischievous magical girl one that we had. Better set this up. So we might actually work on this one a little bit today. But yeah, so the shading on this isn't done. The coloring's not quite where I want it. There's still some elements of it that I need to work on and improve, but I think it's kind of going in the direction that I want it to, generally. The shape language is there. There's some alterations I need to do, but, going into that argument of, oh, there's some alterations I need to... there's gonna be alterations I need to make to fucking everything. So... what is... oh, bloody hell, sorry. I'm going to yawn a lot today, and I apologize for that. I even tried to get, an early night's sleep last night. I just woke up, horrendously early. I can't really do those things. You know what, I'm gonna try and have a look around there. What is going on here? Some programming. That's what's going on here. Because typically I am a game dev. That's what I actually do most of my time. I just like playing games from time to time because it's fun. So, I was going to look into better save structure. There's only so much of it I can do. But... let's see, let's just have a look at this, shall we? always good to just start with like browsing forums with this sort of stuff. Getting some ideas going, right? Suppose it depends on what information you're trying to save, but Sean Spalding has a yes, I should probably have a look at Sean Spalding's video. I think I've watched it in the past, but I'm not going to watch a video on stream. Who doesn't love a good idea? Yeah. Exactly. It's a difficult one, because like saving data is always a rough one, because it's very dependent on what you're wanting to do with it, right? Probably should do a JSON save, because I think that's the most reliable. Snap library. Might need to look into that. Because we've been needing to add in like actually proper save data for a while. We have settings saved to an INI, but like like actually saving like the player data, like who's your last selected, like your unlocks and stuff like that to a JSON is probably the right thing. What's the game supposed to be about? You should have already done with the brainstorming the main idea for the game at this point. Yeah, well, I mean, so this game's like 2 years into development. This is a solo indie project that I've been working on. Well, okay, the actual game making of this, so the process of actually using an engine and designing it there, that's been 2 years. Technically, this idea has been floating around since like Vampire Survivors didn't even have 10 characters. Because it is a Vampire Survivors-like game. That's why it's like, it's a hard one to really pin down when it actually was done, but like, Vandalier used to be the strongest weapon and like the only actual proper strong weapon in Vampire Survivors at the time of the idea of this game being done. And I've talked about it a little bit in the past, is that the general idea of this was I was playing Vampire Survivors while watching Iron Mouse, and I'm like, man, I would really like to make one of these games but with Iron Mouse in it. That'd be really cool. And I kept playing around with the idea in my head, and then holocure came out, and I was like, oh wait, actually you can do that? And now I've looked up all the legal stuff, ensured that I'm safe, and now we have a massive spanning VTuber Survivors styled game. With no real true restrictions outside of like a couple things for the characters. So basically you're inspired by holocure. I would say yes and no, right? Holocure opened my eyes that this could be a thing, but the idea of doing this game has been around for much longer. But again, I've only been working on it for 2 years, so I only really technically accept that I've only worked on this game for 2 years. So, as you can kind of see here, like the cast of characters is a bit different. I mean, I could try and start setting up a dialogue system, like a proper dialogue save thing, because we've already got like the actual chat things in. So we should probably actually start having like the systems for how I want to have the documentation for that. create like a formatting. That is a good point. How do I want to do that? Because it would be, it's stored as an array. Each dialogue thing would be an array because it's the sub-arrays. How do I currently set up the dialogue inside of the map part? Character selecting thing. It's in here, isn't it? Yes, this here is the dialogue tree system. How it looks. So I'm gonna have to make a constructor for this, probably. Do I want to do it? This is a difficult one, right? Because if we look at what we've got here, so for the total tree, we need what's in this, inside of this array. And then for that, we then need to have this one, which is the main question is, how do you plan to differentiate this from all the others? So there's two statements to that I'll make. One, I do have plans to kind of keep it different. But two, it doesn't actually, that shouldn't be how I define my game. By defining a game by how do I make it different from others, instead of this is something I'm passionate and I want to make, it's better to actually keep to that second option, because by that I will naturally probably come up with something that's either more refined, which is what holocure was, because that's the thing, is I think even KU has talked about this, is that it's not, holocure was not the intention of being different from Vampire Survivors, it was being inspired by Vampire Survivors and doing their own thing. It just happens to deviate a lot and has a lot of refinement over Vampire Survivors because of that. In this game, I've learned primarily from Vampire Survivors, Soulstone Survivors, and of course a little bit from holocure, but also from a lot of other Vampire Survivors clones games, those sorts of bullet heaven roguelites. Because I play a lot of them, I enjoy them a lot. I think they're actually a really, really fun style of doing the game. League of Legends Swarm influenced a couple of decisions we've made. Was it Deep Rock Galactic Survivors also influenced a few things as well. But like, core gameplay loop alone should be like the big selling thing of why it's different from Vampire Survivors, is that it's not about surviving to a period of time, it's about a boss rush. It's kill a certain amount of enemies, boss spawns, kill boss, repeat process so many times, right? You don't want to make a carbon copy of different attacks? Yeah, no, I agree with that, right? Like, again, my intention is not to carbon copy holocure. One of the biggest, so the main gameplay loop there alone is a big reason, and then the modifiers system is also a big difference, but that's a little bit based off TFT logic and information, right? So if we actually like go into a run, so I don't know, select a skin for Iron Mouse quickly, change that. We go in, and there's modifiers down the bottom there for the run. Your weapon hasn't loaded. Why is your weapon not loaded? Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that. Is that just because I picked the skin? The fuck have I done so weapons aren't loading? Let's take a quick start and see what happens if I get quick start and I actually get Iron Mike. What the fuck happened? Can I get a different weapon? Basic weapons aren't loading all of a sudden. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. Interesting. Is that the same with all characters, or is it just Iron Mouse? It could just be Iron Mike, the weapon being buggy. Hey, at least we'll try to explain this. You found a bug that probably wouldn't have been discovered until later. Yeah, true. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is I was gonna probably work on something else. Now, is there a slash? There is. What has happened to Iron Mike? I would have found this probably just the moment I started playing, but what has happened to Iron Mike? Have I done something to Iron Mike? I think Iron Mike's been touched, right? Hit type per second. I need to pull up the Git so I can look against anything that's changed on Iron Mike. Okay, so I'm looking for weapon parent. We did change some stuff on weapon parent, but that shouldn't influence this, right? Weapons equipment. 127 got changed. Here. Ah, okay. So this system did get changed, yeah. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to, because this should return an array, no? Yeah. It returns an array. And I put in the name. Might have to put a separate one that's a Boolean version. So is this in player scripts? So instead of Single check. Yeah. Control Shift F, find all. So now we replace this with weapon equipment. So it was just not before, it was like that. And then King of ASMR. Okay. Oh, I didn't change it there as well. But these ones are fine, because these are that, there. And then this one is how that was actually intended to work. Yeah. YouTube chat's broken again? That's weird, because, like, again, YouTube chat, like, literally even on my YouTube app is not moving. Right? So yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm gonna quickly look at my... live chat. Yeah. And look at Restream as well. Restream version of it. Yeah, no, YouTube chat just doesn't seem to be on today. I don't know. Let me type into it myself. Okay, I see my message there. Yeah, no, if anyone's chatting in the YouTube chat, I'm guessing you're not seeing your messages? It's an interesting one. Because yeah, like, all the chat history is just test now, for me. That's not good. Test, there you go, I see that one, yeah. And did that come up on the restream? It did. YouTube chat, everybody. It's a tad inconsistent. Never know. Never know. Right. So that is all correct. So now if I launch this, Iron Mike should work again. So it was just Iron Mike was the issue, yeah. Because what was happening is the system I had inputted, like made, wasn't checking correctly for the thing. So if we run in here, we should see Iron Mike straight away. Yep, there it is. That pink circle around us. A game is almost done. As it will. Nice. I am glad to hear that it's going well for you now. That's awesome to hear. I hope you get good grades for it as well. That would be awesome, right? Then yeah, let me know if you do want to keep working on that kind of concept, because I actually would love to work on that as well. It depends on what you want to work on it in though, as well. Like if you want to do it in a specific IDE. And whatever that IDE might be, I might need to learn a little bit for. It just depends on how, like, lightweight you want to make it, right? Because you've got, like, Unity, for example, that you could do it in. Unity would probably be, it depends. Do you want it 2D or 3D? And, if you're thinking in the future, right? And getting on an internship. That is true. That is true. I mean, exactly. It's not a rush. You've got the idea sitting there now, so you can, like, work on it whenever you want to. I was going to look into another thing, actually, quickly. I want to see how rough this is going to be to make. No, that's not what I want you to do. There we go. So what was the term for it again? I love how I'm looking through some of my, like, old lists of things that I need to get done in, like, a day or something, and I was getting them done, like, insanely fast. It's actually kind of spooky. I was going to look at enemies today, because I do want to potentially rework how I handle a few things there. Oh god, trying to read some of this. Alright. I was annoyed by the paywall of ChatGPT and other AIs for images. Then I found some amazing things. Yeah, admittedly, that does hurt a lot of things, is those paywalls. To be fair, the paywalls aren't too bad for what they are. I think the concern I do have, and I will say this, I don't know if your assignment thing has it laid out, but you do have to be careful with AI generated imagery in formal educative environments, because it can be considered a breach of copyright because of depending on where the AI sources its information. This is where the difficulty comes with a lot of this stuff. Is it okay to use it sometimes? Sure, but like, can you guarantee the rights to those images? Not easily with stuff like ChatGPT's AI imagery, because it pulls from sources that technically it doesn't have the rights to. They don't give a frick. Oh, okay, see, now that's just make your character sprite a yeah. No, see, if that's the case, right? So that's them being like fine with that. With some of the assignments I was doing, they would have to they have to specify that, because that is a big deal. To be fair, the variation on opinion of AI generative tools and like AI chatbots and stuff like that vary quite a bit. I stand by my stance of it is not a substitute. It is a tool. It is no more than that. And the fact that, like, as in this case, that it seems fine, right? But like when we were making some of our games, we had to make sure we were doing the stuff all manually. That's the point. But like if we were doing rapid basically inside of rapid development, we could just make squares at the end of the day. We could make the bare minimum that would be required for it, right? Is drawing rough sketches and then generate. Yeah, no, see, now that's probably a solid thing for it. I mean, that's what I've said with AI imagery in the past, is truthfully the mistake a lot of people make is they think, oh, it's going to take our jobs. So no, what it's going to do is it's going to give you your foundations. Like, what's going to happen is a person's going to go in and go, okay, we want to make it probably a cyberpunky game. Let's get some generative ideas going. So here we're going to go into our AI, and it should be an in-house AI with their own legally obtained sourcing for its generative system, and then plug in the keywords you'd want, get the key, get out of fucking, it shits out like 2,000 things, and from there you sort out kind of what idea you're actually wanting from the concept art and stuff, and then you go from there. That's how it will probably be used moving forward in the game development sphere when things stabilize. The problem is people are not seeing it that way, and people refuse to see it that way. That is the issue. About 5 minutes for one prompt iteration. Yeah, that's about right. Generative AI is very intensive when it's not run and managed well. And it needs very particular things. It's strength and weakness, in a sense, right? If only I could make the software rate limited so I can use my PC even if it takes more time. Would be great. Yeah. Because, like, yeah, even I use ChatGPT from time to time just to get, like, an idea a little bit clearer in my head, right? I think one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people have is they'll jump to the conclusion, oh, does that mean you're programming with it, right? It's like, no. God, no, I would not trust any generative AI to program something. Like, by a long shot, you should not be doing that. What I do is if I've got an idea and I need to, like, develop on it, or if I'm writing, say, for example, my story game, I just want mass prompts. Because that game's getting massive, right, in terms of its story. So I just go, give me a shitload of prompts based on these conditions. It learns from those conditions, it develops from that sort of stuff, and it gives me a bunch of ideas, and like maybe 20% of those ideas I can even consider. But the fact is that is 20% more, like that 20% is more ideas than I had prior, and it's potentially a good way of helping me like fight against brainstorming block moments, and that's the point. I don't use it unless I feel like I'm hitting a block. I don't use it as an actual crutch, I just use it as an assistant. And that's what it should be. It's the same as Grammarly. Grammarly is no different than ChatGPT when it comes to certain things. That's how you should use it when it comes to stuff like assignments with an essay, right? Don't let it write your essay. Use it to help formulate your essay, get you to potentially word things a little bit better, and help you kind of maybe understand that your thing is not like giving a good enough answer. Do not use it to write it, because it's really easy to test nowadays, and you are going to fail miserably. Did I use it for a couple of my essay, like assignments from time to time? Sure. Again, like pieces of it. I did find out very quickly that there was one assignment, and I talked with my lecturer beforehand, and he said, look, there is this many questions, you will see a 10% of these questions. And I'm like, okay, if I do this myself first time, can I get a rerun version of this and plug it through ChatGPT for testing purposes? And he said, as long as I did not share that, the results and stuff like that. And the second time, and I did the second time via a specific way, so it wouldn't overlap my previous one, because otherwise they would use that second one for thing. And since he knew I used AI, he would immediately fail me. I was like, cool, I'm all good with this. We did that, and it got a pretty much an average score when it came to a lot of this stuff. I think it got like was it 24 out of 27 of the questions, right? And that was fascinating to me, because you'd think it would get everything right. But no, it gets things wrong. Got things wrong a lot. In fact, there was one question, while I was testing it, I ran it through 4 times and it gave me all 4 different answers. It was really funny. So I've tested ChatGPT. This is the thing, test things. Just saying, hey, ChatGPT's the devil. It's like, no, it's not. Test things before you say it is bad or that bad when you're trying to like make it out that it's going to replace you in a job. It's not. Anyone worth a damn's not getting replaced by AI. I hate when chat is wrong and you tell it it's wrong 90% of the time. It will try and correct it, but 10% it will just tell you you're a fucking bitch. Am I right? Yeah, that is actually about right. I love the best part with GBT, and I don't know if anyone's experienced this. I will tell it this is incorrect and this is why, and it's like, I'm sorry, let me correct it, and it just gives me the exact same answer. No changes whatsoever. I did that with some code at one point because I wanted to see if it could code things. And I'm like, this is causing this error. And it's like, okay, so how about we fix this code? And it just gave me the exact same code. No changes at all. I literally 1 for 1 the exact same code. And it's like, with these changes, this problem will be resolved. It's like, dude, you, what? So no, generative AI can't fucking program for shit. Do not listen to anyone on YouTube telling you you can make $1 million by making a quick game in ChatGPT. It is not that easy. It's actually faster to go look at YouTube, find out how to make that game, and then can move on from there. Did that when I was experimenting with how quickly I could make a program. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing, is a lot of us just test that, right? That's the best way to find out. There we go. Alright. See that. Worked pretty well, but some errors that just didn't get and had to tell it okay, re-implement it, and it was just alright. Like I tried to use a middleware for one framework on another, just to re-implement them. Yeah. This is why I stand by. It's not worth using it as a crutch like that as well, because it means that when something goes wrong, you're not going to understand why it went wrong, right? Like me, ironically enough, as much as could I build, like I've talked about this before, could I build an engine for a game from the ground up, literally like raw code from ground up? Yes, I could do that. I could do all of the reading that it would need to do. I can do the rendering. I can make all of the viewport stuff that I'd need. Perfectly fine. I've proven that. I made the 3D engine, right, that I did for an assignment. Is that necessary? Is that worth it most of the time? Not really. And at the end of the day, by knowing that though, by knowing how to do all of that stuff myself from the ground up, I understand how this, for example, speaks with the GPU. Because I've manually had to make the my code talk to the GPU before through shaders and stuff. That's why I have some shaders in this, and that's why the grass is so intense. Is because the grass is using a completely different shader architecture, but we don't use the grass anymore. So I wonder what GPU sounds like. It's a lot of fucking umming and ahhing and go fuck yourself. Depends on the brand sometimes though. It might tell you to put it up yours if it's an NVIDIA. Okay. Would that be the way to do it? Make a constructor for each bar constructor, current value, target value, max value, and then positional data. Also, I love how I was reading something recently and so many people hate the way I do a lot of my, like, programming things. So I do this, right? So what I mean by this is convention argument here. Majority of people will argue this is the correct thing. And you want to know the fun thing? This doesn't fucking matter, technically. The argument made against doing it this way is that it technically takes one bit of space more than if I had done it otherwise, and in a large scale project that could potentially be too much. However, simple argument is this is more readable to me, because I see where my gap point is a little bit easier. And we've talked about this before. At the end of the day, when you're programming, it's about what's easier to read. However, I will add, it is important to remember that regardless of what you find easier, if you're working at a business, for example, you have to use their conventions. You may hate them, you may despise them, but unless you can convince the project quality assurance to change it, that ain't changing. Put up with it. And yes, I had to remember which the name of the role was. It's a preference thing. On larger scale projects, you use a code normalize, like pretty... Well, it's because like that's what I say, right? Is like, on a larger scale project, it's important to find the most optimal way of doing it for everyone that's involved in the project. If you're the only person, find your own way. I'm fairly consistent in that this is the style I prefer, because it just works for me best. Sometimes I don't follow it. I'm pretty sure if we went through this entire project, we would find it being mildly inconsistent. However, we'd find majority in this style, and I'm confident in that. Of ifs, of functions, of any like, oh, I'm blanking on the word. Section, I guess. Scope. Any scopes, I typically do this. I don't like doing inline scopes as much as I can. I like breaking them down because it makes them more readable. And it means that, especially with Game Maker, sometimes it's a bit rough, but you can close the scope, depending on what the heading of the scope is. I wish array scopes could be minimized. That's something that Game Maker should add. Is array scopes getting minimized, not just these ones. You can also just set it up so it formats like what you want. Be able to form. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can actually format Game Maker to standardize to the style I like. I can't fucking remember how though. Test. Hello, Roger. How's it going? How are you liking that new holocure update there, Roger? How much have you played? I've already won. That's fair. I mean, I've done pretty much everything but Suffering Tower now. Waiting for the leaderboards to be returned? I mean, you're going to be waiting a while. I don't know if you've heard. Because healing scaling is very OP. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about, and I'm gonna be honest. I saw that going. Have you tested, actually, I'm gonna ask you, Roger, because you would have tested this by now. Does Beetle work with the health scaling on that build? With the skills? Because it's skill damage, but technically is it skill damage? Because it's skill healing. It's healing amp, and then it's skill healing. Is it considered damage for Beetle's purposes, or no? It doesn't affect your healing, but it affects the healing to the enemy. Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because that's what I wasn't sure about. Because again, it's you're healing the enemy, you're not damaging the enemy, and it specifically says skill damage. And now it looks like they've gone around with the newer ones at the very least especially, and made it very specifically say skill damage in a lot of places. So you can see where I was like, I needed to test it, and I needed it tested before I could like say confidently. If it is the case, then yeah, that build's gonna get obscene, because you just get like, fuck, what do you get on it? You just probably get like Asakoko. You wouldn't even need full meal, because I tested full meal. Full meal does jack shit. It only adds 100% when you're getting fucking, how much is it per level again? How much was that skill, was the skill level for it? Because it was actually quite a lot you got per level. Probably getting fixed because it doesn't buff the show and healing. Ah. Okay. So it might be a bug. Gotta keep that in mind. That would make sense though. Like I stand by, I do not think it needs to not affect it, or it needs to very clearly affect it, right? And the fact that you've said that the some of the display is incorrect is signs that it's probably not done correctly. That's something to keep. So that build's gonna get really obscene then, while that's maintained though. But yeah, no, like full meal doesn't work well with that build, because what is the phrasing on her skill again? Let's just look at the change log, because it's probably gonna be easier to find. No, they haven't added the changelog to the wiki. Oh, okay. Have they not added the shit to the wiki yet at all? Okay. Let's see, Coco's been added, but Watame hasn't been? Yeah, Watame hasn't been added. Okay. That's a little annoying. And that's maybe it's because like people just don't know yet. Watame holocure. Also, I like snow. Hasn't snowed as much early in the year for a long time, yeah, but I hate it when trains 2 hours late because of it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's one thing I will stand by, right, is, here, we don't get snow, so it's actually a really fucking big deal when it does occur. Okay. So, here we go. all healing is increased by 10% per character level. So the thing is with this one, I don't know if it's going to actually... Yeah, this isn't going to show that. So the weakness with what I was saying about like full meal being kind of garbo on Watame is this scales additively with this. So it is 100%. So at every 10 levels, you're getting a free full heal or full meal item. What's the point in getting full meal if I could just get like more EXP then? If I just get more experience, then there's no issue, especially with the super collab weapon, the healing one. All right, you just honestly, you could pretty much run with just that weapon, because that gives you what, plus 100 health. I believe it gives you plus 100 health. Then it gives you the healing while you're in the field. And then with this one, every so many seconds you heal a percentage of max health and get a little speed boost. Cute. Doesn't really matter as much. I don't believe this would be affected by cooldown, because they've been pretty particular about these skills not getting affected by cooldown anymore. And then this one where it's like any healing is shared to all nearby things. Heal amount is stored on targets and the total amount is greater than the current HP the target is saved. And then all nearby enemies receive a debuff where they take damage equal to the healing. I talked about this before. The problem with this one is this is where I would assume Beetle would work, but also it doesn't. Because it doesn't say the skill deals damage, is that they take damage from the healing, but technically this is dealing the damage. Something's not right there. There needs to be some better clarification on how those skills are worded, in my opinion. And I do hope that that's something that they can consider soon. I understand that might not be a easy thing to do, and the wording on it's already really awkward, so... Whoa, why did I get rid of that? Alright, total. So current target total... X... Y... What else would I need? Just do it like Noita. Don't write anything and let the player experiment to find that out. Most of the time this sucks, and I know we should have added a way to tell the player what cards to... Yeah, that's... There is a fine line with that one, right? I'm not gonna ever... Like, there's no correct answer sometimes. The problem is we're in the modern day, and the modern day has an issue, and Warframe has actually been a beautiful showing of this evolution. Warframe has existed for a long enough time that we've seen it kind of be one way, and now we've seen it transition into what's considered like modern, right? Where it's the term wiki games. So this game we've got here, there's a big reason why tooltips are something I worked very hard to have in the game. When I had the other person working on UI stuff, and then I was working on UI stuff, this, for example, here, hovering over this. Why is this important? This is important because this tells you what something does. By knowing what it does, even if, like, I go up to, say, this character and this is probably one of the worst examples of this. So Mothaholic has two different additional levels on top of its base level, and this doesn't correctly show that. Right? So it's 1% per level of cooldown, then it's also 1% cooldown and movement speed, and then 1% cooldown, movement speed, and area. You don't see that here, but nonetheless, from this, I see that I get an item that will give me cooldown. From this, I see this fires out tiny little goop things that apply a DOT, dealing damage over time. This doesn't tell me jack shit, and that's kind of the typical problem with the EXs at the moment, is most of them don't actually have correct phrasing. But like Puntable here, it's like summon a baby moth to float around you and echo one random equipped weapon every 5 seconds. So I'm seeing that this character likes cooldown and likes having weapons that do a lot of things. Alright, and then this one, also further accentuating that. I'm seeing that this character likes dealing have I missed a word there? I've missed something, because it's supposed to say gain movement speed, 5% movement speed for 2 seconds after dealing damage. Yeah, I'm missing the full phrasing of that. But point is, though, is like, from that you're learning, hey, so this character likes doing lots of things, does lots of instances of damage, yada yada yada, and likes cooldown. Okay. Finding small mistakes, take a note. Yeah, I should probably take a note. I'll just quickly write that down somewhere. I do this all the time. This is the benefit of actually reading over these a lot, is I get to see that a tooltip is wrong. So I just go right. But like, that's the point, right? So I can tell roughly, in the loosest sense, what this character's kind of doing. If I just showed you it's Juniper and told you have fun, you'd have no fucking idea what her abilities would be. You might make some assumptions, but that's it. Same with Mary, right? Mary's especially a really complex one. If I did not have all of this text in here, you'd fucking have no idea what the shit he does. And that's actually a problem. He is way too text dependent for his abilities. It makes the text really kind of hard to read because it's on a very small sort of thing. Technically, this one also doesn't tell you as much as it should. It should actually tell you probably what the buffs it can give you are. And then this one, yeah, Ing Doggos also needs a tooltip fix. But yeah, it's... You kind of see that it's like, okay, so he's got something that's like killing enemies, chance to send out thing to deal damage, gets random buffs, gets an item that gives him random effects, gives him a weapon that gives him a variety of effects. For the most part is just deal more damage realistically, because it's what? One of them's an execute, one of them stuns, one of them heals, and then one of them sends out a thing to deal more damage quickly, right? So he actually really likes stats. He actually has a lot of ways of utilizing stat boosts. So you'd probably want to build it that way. You kind of get that from the idea that he gets a buff to stats. Maybe you don't get that. We'll see. Gura, another one. So throw a trident. We are aiming to deal damage. Getting this one, killing enemies, gets cooldown reduction and movement speed. Get more movement speed while moving, and deal damage at full bonus. And then this one is like when you would die, basically it's a res effect, as we've talked about, that gives you a 50% health heal and trigger your EX, and it has a 70-second cooldown. With this, I'm learning this character probably wants to just keep moving. And then you can see with the health value like health value and armor values, you'll probably be able to infer high movement speed, low defense stats, oh, this is a very fragile character that wants to be constantly like casting and dealing damage. Alright. So that's kind of the logic there. Shy Lily's probably one that's going to be like slightly difficult to understand, but it's like point blank range, slightly tanky. Again, Light Up from the Depths is an example of I should probably have it clear. Like, what I've considered with these is having it so it rotates between the levels. So like as I'm hovering over this, it will change to what would be each of the levels after like a half a second or a second or something, so you can see changes that might occur to it as it levels up. But yeah, with this you see it's like, oh well, I want to keep moving, but I also kind of want to stay close because it does a little bit of damage around you. This one is I want to take damage, but I want to kind of keep low health-ish. I want this because this is more instance damage, and this does instance like lots of instances of damage. This is the idea of Shy Lily. She's a slightly confusing purpose, but you also again see with her health, she has a high health but a low armor. She gets a lot of armor from Light from the Depth. So actually 35 is kind of on the like slightly high, mid to high. But it's those ideas, it's like conveying that information's not easy. So it's trying to find the best way to convey that information to a player, right? I mean, Monarch's another cool example of like, you have a lot of health, you have a lot of, you have slightly above average armor, or slightly below average armor, but you have her timeline binding, which like defines a lot of her kit. Is the idea that like She-Ego is her little safety healing, but the rest of it's like, do not take damage, try and keep this benefit up as long as you can, and you want more cooldown reduction. However, there's an argument to be made, yeah, but you're assuming players are going to read this shit, and it's like, yeah. Yeah, I am. I am assuming a player's going to actually fucking read. I play TFT, people don't read. Oh god, okay, no, seriously moment, though, one of my best mates, I play Hearthstone with him from time to time, and the amount of times it will be a situation of, what does this do? And it's like, well, what does the card say? It says this. It's like, wow, would you guess what? That's what it does. Admittedly, there was one question he had, and I did kind of give him that kind of answer, but I did also say, this is one of those ones where it is a little bit up to inference. So in Hearthstone Battlegrounds, this occurs where it's like, there are tiers to the minions in it. So there's tier 1 to tier 6. There's technically a tier 7, and that was the point of this question. He read something that said, evolve it to a higher tier. He then proceeded to ask me, does this mean I could get it to tier 7? And I said, does it say you can get it to tier 7? And he's like, no, so I'm guessing not then. And it's like, yeah, it specifically has to say it can get to tier 7 if it can get to tier 7. That's one of those times where there's an argument to be made there that's quite valid. However, if you have ever once seen something that says get you to level get you tier 7, then you'll be able to kind of go backwards from there and go, none of the rest of these do, none of these get there. That's the rule of thumb. If it says specifically. So that's the same with TFT, it's the same with Hearthstone. For the most part, Hearthstone's pretty good at that. There's only a couple of times I've called them out where I'm like, actually, this doesn't make sense. One of them was, oh, what fucking was that? It was a spell that was like, choose 2 enemy minions, they fight to the death? Or something like that was the name of the, was like what the spell said. The problem is they attack each other in like once, and that's it. If they don't die on the first hit, that's it. They're alive. And it's like, well, that's counterintuitive, isn't it? Or I think it's just attack each other. And it's like, the problem is, Hysteria says attack other minions, or stuff like that. There are many cases where that same sort of wording is used for more than one attack. So it's actually a really valid assumption that it wouldn't work that way. or it would work this way or that way. It's the problem with that stuff. Oh god, is Numi's fucking flavor been announced now? Sorry, I just got an email about Numi's GamerSupps flavor. Give me a sec. Kissy Kissy Passion by Numi. God damn it. And then there's the new cups. Oh, I hate it. The HoloLive cups look so good. Have you all seen the HoloLive fucking cups? Because we've got Crony, we've got Callie, and then we've got Narissa, and they look fucking gorgeous. I am really upset because I probably can't afford them right now. Also, there was a tweet I made. I want to show the tweet. That was really funny. Profile. Don't get started on Yu-Gi-Oh rulings. The simplest cards can be a nightmare of twisted logic, and the painful part is that, yeah, no, like that's the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh is Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't actually have very good consistent wording, which can lead to a lot of issues. So this is the joke right here is I made a joke about how at the moment we're getting some amazing shit for Star Rail, and it's like Genshin players not even getting Makavika drip marketing. So I made a joke which was as simple as balance is restored. Now we can return to the Genshin could never era once more. And people are not happy. People are not happy with that joke. Where it's like, no, it's not, and Genshin did all of this first, and all that stuff. It's like, I don't fucking care. That shit's funny. You being upset just makes this funnier to me. Like 100%. And that's that like twisted thing of like you being upset fuels me more. I wish I still had this one shirt. I don't have it anymore. I threw it out because of reasons. But it was a shirt that was just #1 Star Wars fan, and it's just the Star Trek Enterprise on the thing. And that was absolutely phenomenal. Wording has become consistent in Yu-Gi-Oh, but sometimes it affects indirectly. Well, okay, let me correct. In the times I've read Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which we're talking like probably 5 years ago minimum, like length of time, they were not consistent, and that is what I'm referring to. It's like back when, I believe when pendulums got added, and I barely understood that system, and I never played, so they were just weird to me. But like around that time, they still weren't consistent with wording, which meant there was a lot of room for interpretation on how certain things worked, and that's never good. When you're talking about a competitive environment, if there is interpretation left up to the players, there is room for error, and there is room for situations that can cause more than enough confusion, because there's house rule situations. Uno is a great example of this. Even Uno doesn't know the rules of Uno anymore. They went out and said that you can't stack +2s and +4s on each other. It's like, no, we all do. That's the rule that it's always been. Hell, even the official digital version of the game has that as its baseline mechanic. This is the problem with those sorts of games, is when that sort of stuff is left easily to the player's interpretation. So well, it becomes a situation where it's like, what is it? Yes. This is a very true one. It's I saw this posted. It's like you're 80, and I just respond with both. Both is good. I would definitely move backwards as the priority though. Oh, I probably can't actually show my timeline because it gets quite questionable at certain moments. I look at fan art, alright? Sometimes it's less than ideal for safe for work content. For example, a card saying all cards go into the graveyard. Pretty simple, but why it is actually strong is that it makes it that now player can even try to activate a card that has a cost that sends to the graveyard, but the send in the graveyard is in the effect, not the cost part. Then you're allowed to try to resolve, and it will get banished. And oh Jesus. Okay, no, I see what you mean with that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a rough one. Hey, devil, how's it going? But like, I mean, at the moment, I'm trying to learn Magic the Gathering, right? And the rules for that one are really well laid out for the most part nowadays. I heard that it was way worse back when. I mean, a lot of cards got redone from some of the original cards. I looked at some of those originals and I could see fucking why, Jesus. But the fact is that there is still some rules that are just really weird in Magic. It is... The problem is the rules are consistent in Magic for the most part in almost all of the like current usable cards. The problem is there are so many rules that it's taking me a long time to learn them. Especially knowing I'm playing Commander specifically. And Commander has a lot of like a little... Like there's the Commander damage rule that throws me off a lot. Because I'm building a deck at the moment. Or actually I've got 2 decks on the hot plate, right? And one of the decks is pretty consistent. Like it's very understandable to me. The problem is that it would be absolutely garbage into anything that's a Commander damage deck. I believe the term is Voltron typically, right? Magic is cool as long as you play with cool people. Not as fun when a guy teaching you starts to destroy you. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that hurt a little bit of my interest with playing it because my friend my friend did that a little bit. So he only brought 2 decks with him. He brought one that was like kind of okay. But I managed to counter it with the deck that I bought. Because again, keep in mind, I only have a starter deck. I have, was it Chaos Incarnate? I think is what it's called. It's a black-red deck. It's a starter commander deck. You could just buy off the shelf and it was like $40. I bought that and that's the only deck that I've actually got at the moment. And I'm refusing to rip that one apart until I can, build my second deck. And then I can like start thinking about things like that. But so he brought one deck that was kind of, I did manage to beat it out. It was pretty good because I got some decent draws he didn't. It was fine. The second deck he played completely destroyed me in like 2-3 turns. And it was because it was a Voltron deck and I just didn't know how to deal with that. Because I had just bought a deck that was off the shelf. Surprisingly enough, it's not well tuned and optimized. And he's playing 2 decks that he has spent time optimizing. And it's like, look, I get where you're coming from with this, but you have to understand that isn't actually a great experience for me. Because at that point in time, like to this date, I have only played, what? I haven't even played 10 games yet, right? And almost all of my games are, no, every single game of Magic I've played with him. The first game of Magic I played while I was on my trip, the other trip, not this Miku concert one, the other trip where I went to my hometown and I hung out with people for a barbecue. On that trip, we were all fucking plastered, and, well, most of us were plastered, and me, that mate, and then the guy that was hosting, we played Magic inside for a little bit. We played a single game. I was given a... This is going to tell you a lot about my friend. I was playing a deck that they handed me, and he handed me specifically, that was a demon deck that had like really high cost things. You know, one of the first things he put fucking down was a thing that increases all of the costs of everything I would play by 2. I'm completely locked out of the game. Everything in my hand cost 4 or more. And the moment I would play something, he would get rid of it. I'm like, do you want me to play this game or not? This is how you make me not want to play Magic the Gathering. Thankfully, the guy opposite me, he's a lot better at that sort of situation, so he targeted him and just dicked him down. And he did everything in his power to, because he also, the other guy, my mate that was playing that dicked me over, he also played, there's an angel card that he played, which has a rule on it, which is, while this is in play, you can't lose and nobody can win. That is literally the card text. Like, no one else other than you can win and you cannot lose. So he's got a card that means all of my shit costs more, and then he's got a card that means he can't lose the game, and he's wondering why I'm like kind of done with his bullshit. The other guy won in the end because he had like this huge ass token board, and he managed to burn enough things to kill that angel thing that he put down. Rule 1 of how to play games, don't even allow the opponent to play. Yeah, I mean, that's the correct thing to do in card games, and I accept that. But the thing is, that was my first experience with the game, right? You don't really want your first experience with the game to not be able to play the game. Reminds me of a time my buddy was teaching me how to play poker, and he just let me win the tutorial game, and he said straight out, so down a bit of money on it now. See, I would do that, but the thing is, I would say that completely humorously. If you were down to put money down and have fun with it, oh shit. If you were down to put money on the table and have fun with that, sure, we could add stakes. If you don't want to, that's fine, but that's definitely a fun thing that you can do. But no, like, that's the thing, right? That's why I kind of really want to go play with the other people as well, because they will hopefully help keep him in check, so I can actually enjoy the experience a little bit more. That's why I'm actually building a good deck. That's why I'm intending to, like, buy a couple of proxies as well, just to fill out my deck with some cards that would cost me, like, $10, $20 more, right? That's why Commander needs 4 people. To be fair, and I want to stress this, right? So, where is it? Here it is. So again, here's my deck box, right? The problem with my Commander is it's actively bad in that situation. Because, so again, stress, this is the Commander deck I bought off shelf. And my Commander does not. Like, I have talked with a lot of people. I talked with, like, the people that ran the shops and stuff like that, because we went to multiple shops. And almost all of them said, yeah, that deck's actually not bad, but it's really bad in 1v1. So this here is my card, my Commander, right? And I'm going to actually bring it up properly on the screen so you can read it. Because it's just not fair to try and, like, get you to read it like that, right? It's just not feasible. But yeah, there, that's the pack. That is the pack I bought. Except I bought it cheaper than that. Can I open this up to be bigger? Here we go. Cool. So this is my Commander. Tell me why there might be an issue with me playing this in a 1v1 scenario. Bruh, yeah. You've read the effect? Now, admittedly, some of the effect is covered by the chat, but the part that's covered by the chat, that's actually the only part that isn't affected by the fact that we're playing solo. Or playing one-on-one. If you played it against me, I would do what Homer does to Bart on you. Yeah. But the idea of the problem with this card is that in a 1v1 situation, I basically have just told the opponent, hit me next turn. That's what I've just done. Is this good in a 1v1 situation? There is niche cases where this is good, because it can force certain cards that the opponent might not want to attack with to have to attack, and you can block them to kill them. Your commander basically does what I just described. Yeah. I do like this commander, by the way. I actually think this is a fun commander. This deck was really, really cool. I enjoyed it. And I won my first game with it versus my friend, because he was doing it was a blue deck. I don't know if it was mono blue though. But it was about like artifacts and stuff like that. He had this, his commander would be like whenever you would play an artifact or something, you get a copy of it. But then it dies after all like inter-field effects are resolved. The thing is, I got a card down. I wonder if it's listed here. It might be listed in like its things. It's recommended. This card here. Open image in new tab. This card here I managed to play out after he'd already muted my Planeswalker as well, which was really good. But this one here just completely shut him out of the game. So this one, very expensive. This took me quite a lot of effort to get this down. When an opponent casts a spell, deal damage equal to the spell's mana value to any target. All of his stuff cost more than the effect normally would be, but that was the point, right? So that just immediately meant I shut him out of the game, because nothing he could play like would be safe. Because he's got like 6 mana cards in hand. He's got more than enough mana to play it, but the moment he puts down a 6 mana card that's just a spell that like does a little bit of a thing, I blast him with 6 damage. That is a lot of damage to be able to just blast people with for free. So he muted my Planeswalker. I see. Does it actually have the Planeswalker in this list? This one. This is the Planeswalker I have. I was quite far along with this one, and I was able to probably put the emblem on him soon, which is when a target opponent gets an emblem. Whenever a player draws a card, you lose 2 life. It's really not a good fucking emblem to put on someone. As a Yu-Gi-Oh! I played, I was confused by my card with just a TARDIS, and the card text just says Cascade Rebound. Yeah. That is something that Magic does have issues with. Like I said, Magic's really good at being very consistent with its rules nowadays, but you need to do so much to know what the fuck those rules are. I still don't know what a lot of the keywords mean. I'm really thankful to those cards out there. I don't know if there's any that I can just use here that are as an example. Really quickly. Here. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and is goaded. Goaded with a source? What? And then it has in brackets next to it, it attacks each combat if able and attacks a player other than you if able. This is gorgeous. This is exactly how you actually tutorialize this shit much easier. I now know what this keyword means. By having enough of these in a deck, I can actually understand what the fuck I'm doing. Beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life equal to the they lost. Damage causes loss of life. Yeah. I wouldn't see that would be a really good one for me. I mean, there's one way I could make that like an infinite looping lethal, potentially, but yeah, that's something that like it's just been rough for me learning a lot of these cards. But no, I love that deck. That deck was fun. I enjoyed it. But yeah, it's not good in a 1v1. It's much better in a like in a 3 on or a 4 on. From what I remembered, what Cascade means that it cheats out the top card of the deck, and Rebound means the card replays for no cost at the start of your next turn. Not 100% sure. Trying to remember. Let's look it up, eh? Cascade MTG. Cascade is a trigger ability that was a thing. When you cast a spell with Cascade, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card whose mana value is less than the cascading spell. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost, then put all cards exiled this way that weren't cast on the bottom of your library in a random order. So there you go, so that's Cascade there. I can see that being really rough of an effect. Some magic cards just halt the game or make you just wait out. It's a fun game, but you know, there's a reason that play using stun attack is fun in PvE game, but annoying when... Yes, there's a reason why stuns are also, like... So this is actually something I've talked about as well a little bit. I love talking on this subject because it's always really funny. Tell me something. What is a game that punishes you for being bad at the game by telling you not to play the game? Like, it actively makes it so you cannot play the game. Because you'd actually want to normally give it... If you have a game, you want to have the player that's bad at the game learn how to play the game so they play more. What is a really, really popular game that is multiplayer, that has 10 people in a game, that punishes you? League of Legends? Nailed it. The worse you are at the game, the less you play of the game. Am I wrong? No. That's the truth of it. And then the worse, progressively worse you get, the more time you spend not being able to play the game. So you actually don't get to learn from your mistakes. Now that's a really interesting situation I've put up. Just lost interest, yeah. I mean, I stand by with League. I go back and play ARAM from time to time, but like ever since my early days of playing it aggressively and like getting really high ranks, and back then, I genuinely, I don't own it obviously anymore, but I had a monitor I had punched and broken because of League of Legends. I was not doing well with my mental. I was all about rank, not about like fun in games, and that was when I would play a lot of like those competitive games. I would play a lot of the StarCraft, I would play League, I would play Dota, I would play Halo, a lot of those sorts of games. I would play a shitload of competitive games. It was not good for my mental. That's why I kind of have heavily sworn off competitive games, and why if I play League, like, it's one of two ways I actually play proper League. it is via an event like Earth or whatever, or through ARAM. Those are the only ways I play it. Other than that, I play TFT from time to time, but you know. There's also you being a god, but that one guy just feeding Mordekaiser and your team gets rolled because of it. I still cannot get over it. So this is old Mordekaiser, what I'm talking about here, by the way. I still cannot understand how that character was that strong. Because like, people would not respect your strength. I would be super behind. I would turn around, get dove by like a fucking Zed or a Talon that's like, ha, easy kill, he's under tier 2, it doesn't matter. And I would one-shot them, and now I've turned the game completely on its head. Like, that was the the shit with that. Overwatch. I was maining Maud soloed mini games. Yeah. Yeah, I did a lot of that as well, like I said. Then the new Maud came out, and I think I really, really love the new Maud. I think the new Maud is cool. I still play him from time to time. It was when I saved up my mythic essence so I could get his, like, Dark Souls boss skin that they did, the mythic thing. That's the skin I use on him. It literally, if you use his ult, it starts like a choir and shit. It's so good. But I absolutely love Maud. And Maud's probably one of the best characters I can play. But like, to be fair, you can probably track very much a lot about how I play the game by what characters I played at what times. To give an idea, when Rek'Sai came out, she was the only champion I would play. I absolutely loved Rek'Sai, and I loved playing her this Korean build that I found. Slight variations on it. This was back when like your smites could be colored and shit like that, and you could get gems. I would use the Cinderhulk ward smite. I would go around, I would ward fucking so much. I would go dive under towers. I would get my lane so far ahead and all that because Cinderhulk was actually obscenely broken. Like genuinely, I cannot stress enough, there was that enchantment was absolutely nuts. To get stress to a point that anyone that might not understand, it basically meant the moment you hit it, your jungler would dive tier 1s consistently because it was that much health you got from it. It was way too good, especially when the keystones back then, the keystone you would always run is because this was back when keystones were completely different. You'd run the one that meant that you gained max health, flat max health when you killed things. Up to, I think, 300, I believe it was. And like, that's what every jungler ran because it just meant you could survive the jungle super easily and you could dive shit easily. Loved my echo support when it came out. I loved playing Bruiser Tank Top Echo, where you would play with Fervor of Battle and Trinity Force, and then tank the rest of it. I fucking loved that build. I was good at that. If I was made to play top, that was often what I would play. I still played Darius quite a bit, and like I said, Maud, Old Swain, New Swain. I liked New Swain in the mid for a good bit. I hate you for playing Echo Tank. You're welcome. I'm 100% willing to take that criticism. Remember playing Kayn and my team was shitting me, telling me to hook myself. Yeah. Should give us some kills. I mean, that's the thing. Kayn was... I think I came back to play Kayn because I stopped playing at that time. I came back to play Kayn because I loved them so much. In a way that I can't use him for supporting me. That's fair, honestly. I stand by, though. I missed Tank Echo. I love Tank Echo. I don't like AP Echo as much as Tank Echo. Tank Echo was fun. So, does anyone... You might understand this now, because you said you play him as support. Does anyone know why Tank and Support Echo got nerfed? And how it got nerfed? Because Tank Top... It was specifically Tank Top Echo. And it was because of one aspect of his kit, and I believe this was also why he was really good at support. And it got completely removed from the game, this effect. Like, they removed it from his kit. Speed stealing? Yes, technically. Right? So now he speeds himself up when he procs his passive. Before, he would speed steal with his passive. So he has a 3-hit passive, deal a burst of damage. Nowadays, it's get a burst of movement speed. Before, it was steal some speed. Why does this matter? What is the difference between getting... Why is it so much stronger to speed steal than get way more movement speed than you got before? It's because they were slowed. Them being slowed opened up so much power for you. The gank opportunities for a tank top echo were insanely good. Because you had a stun that you could kind of consistently land. You had like 2 slows that you could land. It was so good. Slow plus speed boost equals... Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Is like you could consistently land your W because you had 2 good slows. And you had 2 good slows. Why would I not want to gank you? Especially knowing you could actually insta-proc that slow by just EQing the opponent. Because you would EQ, get an auto off, you immediately have procced it. Back then, as support, I would play with a friend. We dove tower, 2 kills. Yeah, no, that's basically it. That is 100% how, like, Echo was insane back then. I honestly think that people might not remember. Echo's ult used to cost 0 mana. It was just a free undo button. I don't know how the fuck that shipped. There's a reason that people using stun attack is fun. Yeah, no, again, like that. No, I know you're repeating stuff, but like 100% I agree, right? So yeah, no, that is a very valid point. And again, it's... But at the same time, and this was something that maybe you might also know about Nya, because you've probably played long enough. Do we remember Grave Support? Does anyone here remember Grave Support? Which was part of an era where a new joke came out, and it's a joke that's perpetuated through League and in more games now. What is that joke? Do you remember what it is now? Because someone made a beautiful comic strip of it. Yep. The best version of CC is death. That was a horrendous time in the game. So to explain to those that might not know, when Graves got reworked so he has his cool shotgun effect with everything instead of having his like completely different, he had a fairly different kit. His E kind of remained mostly unchanged, his W remained mostly unchanged, and his ult kind of stayed fairly similar. It got changed a little bit. But his Q and his passive got drastically changed. And his Q now is like he does that T effect and it bounces back. What it used to be is it used to be 3 shots. 1 in front of you and 2 to the sides. And he actually used to be a single target ADC. Now he's a weird AoE cone thing. It's cool. I like it. Problem was when he was released, you could get like 1 slight damage item and you could one-shot everyone. Including tanks. It was not hard. Lo and behold, best form of CC is death. Best CC is making enemy rage quit. Exactly. But that was the problem with that kind of meta. So there's always been problematic things. I mean, fun fact, if you ever want to really date things, for like when I gave up on League, I used to play and watch a lot for competitive, like I said. But like I would watch a lot of like the high-end competitive, like LCS and all that stuff. Do you know what meta killed watching competitive for me, and I have yet to ever come back to it because of it. This meta was, in my opinion, the worst meta of all of League of Legends in all of the years I played. And there had been some really bad moments. There was the Xin Zhao release, right? Like, I remember shit like that. Fuck, I remember Skarner release. That was fucking stupid. Well, no, not Skarner release. Skarner Juggernaut rework release. Even I played that. You could not want to play it. No. The meta that killed my love for the game the most and has forever tainted professional League of Legends for me was the Grievous Wounds change meta. Now, you might question, what do I mean by this? If you know, you know. If you don't, you'll find out very quickly. So, the Grievous Wounds is an effect in the game to reduce healing. Did they change something? So, it's been through a couple of changes through its times. Originally, the rule was it was 50% healing reduction. I think nowadays it's like, or in recent times it's like 30-40%, and then a condition changed it or something like that. I remember at one point in time it was like, it's 30%, but if they're below a certain amount of HP, it's like 60%. I thought that was actually a cool change. I thought that was good. But I think that got changed as well. Now it's like 40% across the board or something. No, do you want to know the Grievous Wounds change that they did to the game that ruined League for me? So, Grievous Wounds is very particularly now, and it was originally, it's any healing reduced. Why am I making a very big point of this? Because the rework they did for, I think it was like half a season or a season, was they changed it to only affect self-healing. What is the problem with making it only affect healing you do to yourself? Lo and behold, to this date, Soraka has not recovered from that meta. Because she was nerfed so far into the fucking ground during that meta, and was still good. She was pretty much the sole reason this got changed back to being all healing. Ardent Sensor was something that was fairly new at this point. Well, the current version of it. Lo and behold, what the meta became was it was Kog'Maw with the Rage Blade that when it ramped up, you did AoE damage, and Soraka. Or Janna. If you didn't have one of those, those three, you probably lost your bot lane. Welcome to the problem that was the competitive scene, because they wouldn't even ban Soraka or Janna because they were too scared to not get it. And Kog'Maw just ruined the game as well, like I said. That absolutely destroyed so much of my enjoyment, because 90% of the competitive games at that point in time was, so it was either, again, Soraka, Lulu, or Janna as your support, Kog'Maw or something similar as your ADC, maybe Ashe, but you're going to be outranged by the Kog'Maw, maybe Twitch, but you're going to be outranged by the Kog'Maw. You're probably seeing a bit of the reason why Kog'Maw was fucking the problem. But that meta was just, all the game was just bot lane. And that was also during the meta where, at that point in time, your mid laner would just play a secondary support to support your bot lane, and your jungler would give up 90% of their jungle to the rest of the laners so they could get like an early level. It was fucking boring. because it was every single game was the exact same shit and nothing interesting actually happened. That was the issue. They've done better. They've improved some things, so now games are a lot more, there's a lot more variety and a lot more champions are getting picked. There's definitely a nudge for that being the case, but this was the biggest problem with that meta. Ardent Sensor meta particularly is what people remember it as. I remember it as the Grievous Wounds meta, because that was what impacted it the most. It also meant that as the ADC, you would never want to take heal. Your support was the one that took heal, you took barrier, because that was the best way to actually make it work, because then the heal would be 100% effective on your ADC, regardless of if they used Ignite or not. And then they would also have barrier as a safety option, because technically barrier is better than heal, but heal is consistent, especially when you're in a 2v2 lane. That's the reason why heal gets used a lot of the time. It also gives the movement speed buff. That's the big thing. It was awful. It was absolutely foul. I didn't like playing during that time that much, because as a jungle main, I just didn't enjoy that. Because it would basically be your bot lane crying constantly about you not ganking, more so than normal. And even if you did gank and you got them kills, they would easily just get rolled over because they didn't play the Cogmore. The enemy team had the Cogmore. It was the worst. But I do remember that meta as well, yeah, but I didn't actually mind that too much when Akali could, like, go under tower. I didn't like when they were completely undetectable to towers. I think that was a big problem. That was very, very toxic, because it meant that I could, yeah, again, play Akali, just dive you onto tier 1 and kill you without ever getting revealed to the tower. That was problematic. I didn't mind pinks getting changed like that. I still stand by the biggest mistake is that now you can't buy normal stealth wards or green wards, or whatever you want to call them. That was something that I still stand by as probably one of the bigger mistakes. But yeah, no, I've played through a lot of different metas in League of Legends. That was the meta that completely broke me. The ward item still combined with support item. It's not bad for support player, but so bad for things like junglers. Yeah, the ward item is only supports. You can't, there's no sightstone anymore. I loved sightstone. I loved Ruby sightstone so much. I ran that shit all the time. Like, again, just kind of like, you can see a lot of how I played by the fact that, like, I would buy Ruby sightstone a lot of the time playing jungle, because it gave a good bit of health, and it gave more wards, and it meant that I could run sweeper. So I had sweeper, I had these wards. It meant that I had so much vision control, and this was back when people didn't understand vision quite as well as they do nowadays. So knowing vision control was way, way more valuable back then. There's a reason why, and I say this with the nicest meaning of this, I got very high ranked in Oceania, because when Oceania actually opened up as a server, nobody was good. We were all trash, so even knowing some mechanics of the game basically meant you immediately hit to the, like, rocketed it up in ability. Like genuinely, still to this day, a player that's like maybe Diamond or something like that in NA or anything, or any of the other bigger places comes to Oceania, you'd probably get to Challenger without much issue. Obviously, not taking into consideration ping argument, right? If I'm saying you physically came here and changed to the server, you'd probably do well. That's why I struggle quite a bit, because, do this, does this, okay. I struggle a bit because, like, I'm just very outdated. Like, I was good back then, not good now. Okay, so... trying to think the best way to do this. But yeah, it's interesting looking back at some of these older eras of these games, right? Alright. But yeah, no, at least in not having Sightstone is sad. To be fair, there's like a lot more options available now with the fact that you get stacking passive wards, right? Which is something a lot of people underestimate, as well as I believe some plants are usable for Lee Sin. There's a lot of things that are usable for Lee Sin nowadays. I'm not sure about plants. I think there was a portion of time some plants worked. But there's like a lot more things available nowadays to the players to be able to get around and move. To be fair, it has shrunk down how like potent some of his ganks can be, or less that it's how potent some of his ganks can be, and it's like how often he can do more potent ganks. But that was the benefit of that, right? So less often doing really, really strong sideways ganks. It's why, in a sense, they've also nerfed Rek'Sai a lot. I don't think Rek'Sai's very good ever since they changed her ult. I hated that change. I'll stand by that to the end of days. Actually, I probably don't need to do this bit here. I can probably do this bit here. So where did I do that? Also, it's not current, it's target. And then, how's this done again? It's, BHP divided by self.total. And then I think, is it times? Can't remember the equation for doing the health bar value in Game Makers because it's really different. Current value divided by maximum value times 100. Yeah. Because it's done in hundreds. Don't ask. And then I believe lerp should give me the value between those, right? Because it's related to its linear interpolation. Yeah, so it's given percentage between these two values. Which is why we're sticking to locking it in 1 and 0.01. So now I'm gonna have to put in the colors. I've been working on this the whole time while we've been talking about this league shite, by the way. Like, I've been trying to figure it out, because it's not an easy concept I'm trying to make here. I'm trying to make a very weird constructor. Don't mind me. Oh, stretch. Alright, so... needs back color equals... background, yeah, sure. And then min then we're gonna want Oh, bloody hell. Alright. So we get direction. Show back, show border. Conditions. Show back. There we go. So, let's see. This will be... By the way, if you're wondering why I have to do self, this is one of the kind of like irritating parts of doing constructors in Game Maker, is the way referencing works. It's really hard to reference values inside of a structure. Or inside of a struct. It's really hard to reference values from inside the struct to itself. You have to pre-reference everything. There's an argument to be made. I could do potentially a with argument. That might work, but I believe I've tried that in before and it's a bit sketch. So I'm just going... Should we try? I should probably try. So if we go, say, here, and then it's width. Whoops. It might work. It's just very inconsistent. Alright, let's see. Can you imagine that I stopped actually working just now? And my work hours are 8 till 4. I was working in the office till 4 and worked from home until like 10 minutes ago. Yeesh. And definitely no catching. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fuck it, why not, right? We ball. Why would we do any catch case scenarios, right? Okay, there we go. Fuck, it's 8:10 now? Yeah. Yeah, I hate those kind of days, man. I do not miss 10, 12-hour work days or longer. I say that I basically do that on stream. Like, I stream, I maybe get like an hour or so for lunch, and then I get to work, and then some days I'm like not finishing until nearly midnight. At least I've not had to do that too much at the moment since I came back from stream. I came back from trip. But like today I woke up at like 3 AM. So yeah, it's gonna be a long day. Gonna be a long day, especially knowing that people are finding out that I'm willing to do commission work, and that's always a dreaded thing. Because, yeah, fun fact, if you see anything that you're, like, of the stuff that you've seen with art for specifically, if you want me to try and do something in that style, let me know. No guarantees, but again, it's case-by-case basis and all that. But I do need a little bit of money from time to time, right? But I won't advertise that too much on a stream when I'm doing the programming, because that's where I start getting into that weird legal grey zone. Speaking of, I did show it earlier, but I'm going to show this again. This is the Magi Girl that I was concepting up. This is the mischievous Magi Girl boss that we'll work on at some point. Still pretty happy with it. It needs shading and color change and like general color correction, because a lot of this is just the raw coloring so I could get ideas down. But for something that I kind of like did in about an hour last night, I think this is pretty good. Gets across the Magi Girl thing that I wanted to with the thing. If I could throw bits here, I would. Fair. I mean, let me give you money. No. No, I don't want your money. Fuck that. But yeah, no, I think this came out pretty decently for a little fun thing to do. I feel like I'm doing quite well with the concepting for the bosses so far. We've got this, we've got the Queen of Clothes. I'm probably gonna work on like a couple more over this, like tonight and tomorrow, so we can try and get some stuff moving with bosses. Cause yeah, right. Better than what I can do in a month. Yeah, but now are you actively like doing art for a project? Like every single day are you having to do art for a project? It's not that I'm good, it's that I'm making a shitload constantly, right? So regardless of if it's good or not, it's that I'm producing so much that my skill has improved. The fact that I can toss this together in an hour, same with kind of the Queen of Clothes one, right? Is not to say that I'm good, it's that I'm practiced now, or I'm warmed into it. And the Queen of Clothes one I just find funny because of the joke that's going on at the moment with it. Where technically the head isn't actually the face. It's these eyes and this is the mouth. It's ooh-wooing. It's like that. But no, I'm pretty happy with how this has come out so far. My mouth is drawn down here. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this one needs... The wand is the thing that I think needs the most work outside of like just color correction. Because like there needs to be some shadow, a little bit of shadow. Most of this is actually separated apart correctly as well, so it shouldn't be too difficult to actually get the motion going for it, because the benefit with the Magi Girl is that she just needs to bob. She needs a little bit of work with her tails, to probably the twin tails, to move around, and the dress needs to move a little bit. Wobbly wand. I actually kind of like the wand being bent like that, but maybe I do need to make that like a little bit more of a straighter one. Again, the wand I think has a lot of issues with mainly the key stuff up there, with like the head piece, the crowning piece for it. I might also need to add a mouth, because I think the mouth would actually improve the design. That's why I haven't added it so far, is because I wasn't sure. I like it being bent, but it would need to be wobbling when the character is bobbing up and down. That's a good point. No, I 100% agree with that. It needs to not be stagnant. Yeah. Because and I call me out for this if you will, it just really reminds me of like those living wands that you get with some of the Magical Girl series. The first that comes to mind, call me out for this as much as you wish, is Fate Ilia, Prisma Ilia, where the wands are like very emotional and expressive. I know that's not the only one that does it, it's just the first one that came to mind. Let's not think about that any further. Let's just not think about that more. It's not wise. It's not wise for any of us to think about that one more. Does the wand speak with a noise similar to bzzz? I mean, I don't think the wand's gonna speak. Maybe. Would I? Okay, this is a question. And I would like kind of general, honest answering to this. Should we have some of the bosses have dialogue? Magical Girl is not a hard boss, so I'm less inclined, but like maybe hard bosses should get like a bit of dialogue. Dependent on what they are, right? Maybe? I don't know. Also, I don't know why that comment has come up on my phone, but it hasn't come up on the display chat. Don't ask now. I can read it though. Some dialogue on appearance or pop-up texture in game. I'm thinking like, that's a good question. Like, I feel like there's maybe one or two bosses we actually just straight up have like voice lines for when they do stuff. To just really accentuate their difference. Because to be fair, there is going to be at least one, no, there's one special boss that's been added. I'm thinking of adding a second one, and I'm going to nickname them extreme bosses. So we have this one, which is rare special bosses. So we've got the fourth wall breaker. So with this one, it's like, it's a VTuber who's fully aware that they're in the game, isn't afraid to use that to their advantage. So the idea is like main attack, regular things, but are mixed with in-game glitching and distortions that distract the player, can move and hide and fuck with the player's UI, and temporarily switches the control scheme, like rapidly for the player sometimes. Again, this is considered what I would call an extreme boss. A boss that should not occur at all unless really particular things occur, or you're really unlucky. Are you gonna go fancy in doing voice or just text noise? Depends. I think there's like one or two bosses I could happily do like a voice for. Like genuine, real voice. Like, so one of the bosses that I'd like to do is like a demon lord, like the true demon lord thing. And do it that way, right? So that's like an extreme boss, so they genuinely, it's game altering bosses. It's hard bosses fuck with things that are going on and really mess with stuff, and are really difficult, have quite mechanically intensive fights comparatively. Arguably, Queen of Claws is probably one of the lowest thresholds for this, because she has just passive healing that increases with missing health, and all of her stuff gets more intense the more lower her health is. It creates a slight difference in her gameplay loop more than you would probably with the normal bosses. The normal bosses are just designed to be kind of like, can you face roll them? Sure, but there's probably faster ways of killing them, or better ways of dealing with them, right? I'm giving you an idea for getting free labor. Send me your read of these lines and maybe I'll add you the best. You know what? I'd consider that, honestly. I would. I might voice it myself, you never know. Hear myself in game whenever the ultimate boss turns up. Be as cringy as possible. Wait, we gotta think of the cringe lines for it, right? Go like, Butters with Professor Chaos kind of level of dialogue for it. Dude, Scott. Be final boss, you know. Hearing my voice whenever a common mob dies, going oof. Yeah. But no, I just love the idea. Ha ha ha! You've come to challenge me. Oh, I'll make you regret that. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yeah, like that, right? I know how to do voice acting, like I said, I was trained for it. I just never used my skills. I'm still sad about that, man. I really still do like the idea of doing a bit of voice acting. I just don't have a great avenue for it in New Zealand. And, like, I would have to do so many fucking, like, searching for it, to do some good online stuff. But now it's just not worth the time that I put in Minecraft to it. Huh? All right, just tell you that all right, there we go. And then for that though, we need X, Y, width, height. There we go. God, that is a lot of shite going in there, isn't it? So, funnily enough, to anyone that actually does know a good bit about programming, with this stuff that I'm doing at the moment, we've talked about object-oriented programming in the past. This is actually the most, like, object-oriented, like, what you'd be used to doing when you're, like, doing object construction. In C++, for example. Or not, yeah. Like, this is actually how you'd be doing a good, like, majority of it, is you'd be setting a lot of this shit like this. Similar, but different. Got a call from my worker, because I'm actively watching you and start speaking English. Poor confused Russian man. Ah, it do be like that, right? But the problem is that, again, because it's Game Maker, we have to do a lot of self-reference. Which is really always the issue. I mean, I technically don't need the get values. Because I could just pull the value because I don't have, yeah, I don't need to do getting values. I keep forgetting that because this hasn't got any such thing as, what's the term for it again? Private, public, yada yada yada. What's the term? Access? Access restrictions? I think there's a proper term for it though. I'm blanking. Scoping, I think? No. It's not scoping. No, it's we're talking like when you're. If I was to write something out like a construction thing, say in a header file, you would write out like whether it's public access. I think it's just access, right? Starter access, access type, something like that. Don't have that issue in Game Maker. Access protection, thank you. Encapsulation, maybe? Yeah, I think that might be it. But yeah, no, access prevention issues. We don't have that, so we don't have to do getting functions. So to those that might not know, when you're dealing with protection things, there is 3 tiers of protection in the generic architecture. Those 3 are private, public, and I'm blanking on the other one. It's protected, I believe, right? It's private, protected, public. And protected is probably the more complex one, so we'll just kind of leave that to the side. You'll get the gist, though, from public and private. If I have an object and a value is private, I cannot access that value outside of the object. If I want to, say, get a health value, but the health value is private in an object, I would have to write a function to get the value. This is a safety measure, so you don't potentially mess with values you're not supposed to. And it's for data access and preventative problems. It's actually a really important thing when you're dealing with large-scale things. It is an important security measure because it means that certain things won't get affected incorrectly. That's why you have getter and setter as the term that you'll often hear when talking about object-oriented programming, is because you need a getter and a setter for a value. That's how you actually change the value when it's set privately. Doing getter is still good if you want to change things later on. For example, I was happy that I had to change a getter to return an array copy instead of an array to a fix. See, that's the thing. What I was going to be doing is I'm just returning target, the variable at target, and since there is no private protection, I can just pull that value anyway. The difference would be, do I write point total or do I write point get total would be the difference. That's it. Nothing else. And one's running a function, whereas one's just returning the variable. So that's better. It just means I have to be careful that I don't alter that value. I need to make sure it was only ever pulling, because that's why you want to have it as a return, is because it means you're pulling the value, you're not altering the value. However, most of the time I would be pulling that variable, I would be pulling it into these functions down here, which is adjust values. So it's take this value and then add this value on top, right? With a simple value, yes, but for data structure, I would still do a getter, so it keeps me on point. Jump data. Yeah, no, 100% I'd agree. Again, if it was a lot more of a complex thing, it's a single variable though. And because I don't have a privacy thing, it's fine. Is it good? Nah, it's not really, but that's why I do my getters in JavaScript, where private doesn't exist either. I have issues with that. I really do. There is good reason for privacy. Private is a very, very good keyword. Disallowing certain data access is good for both a programmer and a user, because it means that there's less room for error, and then there's less potential for a big fuck up that cascades further than it should. It keeps a lot more things secure, and it means that hacking's a little bit harder as well. Because if it's set privately and then it's set non-locally, then it's impossible for them to do anything, because they can only work with those functions. And then you can put security measures on those functions very easily. There's TypeScript. Shut up! Shut it. Nor do you. No. I mean, there's an argument to be made I don't even need these, like, adjust values. Because I could just adjust the value itself, right? Because the only ones I want to actually be adjusting under most situations is target and total. Those are the only two things that should be getting changed on a regular basis. Because we don't actually want to be changing current that often. Because current is adjusted inside of here. Inside of the code. So to anyone that might not have understood, Nya, you probably have figured out, this is something that Nya suggested ages ago, that I've just been thinking about in the background, how I would best approach it. This should handle it perfectly fine. This is a struct for basically when I would draw a bar of some kind, like health bars, EXP bar, all that would hold the values necessary for it, so I don't have to fill out my fucking objects with a shitload of extra things. The reason for the internalization for this is, yeah, I don't want to have to write like 70 different fucking, different things, because these, at least these three values here, specifically, at the very least, this value here would be the problem. Because I would need that permanently set somewhere to be able to re-reference it correctly to adjust it accordingly. I can't just set that as a localized variable, because it would just run out of... when its scope ended, it would just disappear, and that's not good. I need it to carry over to the next frame. And I don't want to just make on all of my UI things for every single bar I would make that system. This is just more consistent. So now we got to go with all of our bars to do that. The problem is circular bars don't have that architecture, and I'm going to have to rewrite them specifically to allow for it. Because they're really fucking weird. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, I don't know if you've actually realized this. The circular bars are not something that's native to Game Maker. I put those in. So if you ever see like the charging up circular bar, that's something I put in here. That's why it's spelling mistakes, I see it. So it's a fun bit of calculation. But yeah, it's all surface based. It's the only way to do this sort of stuff. Draw scratch the code. That's the thing. So Game Maker has health bars inherently. You can actually just draw them easily. It's not an issue. To be fair, it's literally just the difference between how I do it and like how I would do it and how it does it is literally it's two sprites, right? And technically you could just use a singular sprite. You could use a singular sprite, which would be this sprite here. It is a 1x1, well, this is actually 64x64, but you'd use a 1x1 pixel and you would just adjust it accordingly. It's just kind of nice that Game Maker has inherent code for it. It's not, it's fairly lightweight. So it just works out for it, right? So now I need to think about how this is going to work. Because I am going to have to store these variables somewhere. Because they have to be newly constructed every time it would be necessary. So for now, it's only, what, EXP, health, EX, assist bars. Those are the only ones I need to really worry about. Yeah. So we need the play. Oh, and bosses. Bosses are going to also have it, right? So this is the EXP bar here. Draw bar, progression draw bar is what my friend has called them. Because I need to constantly be redrawing every frame, right? How do I do this? So I feel like I'm gonna probably just have to make them in a create thing. Separate. Dialogue upgrades. Probably just put it in here somewhere. Player. Bars. XP bar. Here. What did I call it again? It's like bar draw bar constructor. Yeah. So this is going to require a lot of weird shit going on in a second too. So we're going to need... So that's the EXP bar. Then I'm going to need the HP bar. Then I'm going to need the... What's it called again? EX bar. Then I'm going to need the assist bar. And then we're going to make a boss bar array. That's what we'll probably have for it. That's probably all the bars that we'd need to really consider for now. Because everything else will probably move relatively smoothly. So... I'm just gonna need to steal all these values, right? That was the height. Why have you got these irregularly done? I don't care. I don't care enough to care. It's not worth my brain power. Lime background bar. Ah, I see. So false. So 0 false. Yeah, 0 false. Alright, just spent my morning rewriting my point system in my simple controller game. Works perfectly, but is a little dirtier than I'd like. Clean it later, meaning probably never. That is how that works. It's always good. Game's been spending 3 weeks on, still has no name. Honestly, yeah. There's a point in time where you just have to take whatever the fucking, whatchamacallit. The simplest thing. I am so confused. I'm so confused. Okay, there we go. So color then sea lime, yeah. And then it was false. There we go. Fuck that guy, at least I write good comments. Yeah. Trash and unsuited. I mean, well, it's because you've got the card game, right? So a card thing. I mean, you could just call it something really basic, like draw in the Colosseum or something like that. Draw off in the Colosseum? I don't know. I'm not great with names. This fucking game's called VTuber Unite. Like, I'm not good with names. Don't ask me. What's these? The incorrect, this is the incorrect bar to put this into. It's the EXP bar that I want to do. Oh, yeah. That one. And then God, that is a long fucking thing. Can you put Pokemon Unite like that and it'll be on your ass in no time? Honestly, probably, right? Or used a word that's been in a single Pokemon game? Give it up. Was quest for the literal medieval song, my mate. I mean, you could probably make something close to that, but not quite that on point, right? Quest for excitement, just call it quest for excitement and then just like have it as a subtle joke with you and your friends. There you go. Is that possibly one of the cringiest names you've ever heard? Damn right it fucking is. I didn't say I was coming up with a good name, I said I was coming up with the bane. God damn it. I'll find something. Exactly. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure you will be perfectly reasonably fine. Oh, fuck. I forgot that's... the case, isn't it? Ah! Okay, give me a second. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Because health bar isn't just health bar. It's technically there's a second bar to it as well underneath it. So what am I actually passing through to that location? Okay, so it's just literally the GUI values. Yeah. Doing the 2 bars trick? Yeah, it's a 2 bars trick. Cheating at its finest. Why does he do Y position first? Quick and dirty. Well, I mean, like, it's... Because I don't know if you've seen it in-game. Right? But it's literally, like, bar here. If I have a DOT... Like, if my current health is here and I have a DOT, it will take this value and it will add how much the DOT is. And it will display a bar here as well. And this is colored in pink. There's only one DOT in the game at the moment, though. Which is the self-inflicted DOT. It's cheap, it's nasty, it works, right? And at the end of the day, that's all you need. Yes, I organize it there. Cool. I thought the trick where you have one image of the full bar, one of the bar empty, and you progressively draw... No. It's because I'm using the inbuilt draw function for this, right? So there's the draw health bar function. This is something that's inherent to Game Maker, and it's basically just draw the sprite moving around. It does all this that baseline thing. No, I'm drawing a bar underneath the bar so I can make the DOT thing. So I can like give that a thing. My method was dirty. I mean, at that point in time, right? Because you're gonna have 2 different ways of doing it. Isn't it just better to draw either one sprite or draw 2 and one having as your background? Because you have a background and then you have the sprite extend and shrink when necessary. Unless you've got a, oh, pardon me, very specific sprite that you want to have and you don't want it getting altered. Then at that point in time, yeah, I guess you could probably draw it to something like a surface and then do a GPU negative correction to it to basically delete what's underneath that sprite in that surface space. Right? Yeah, that'd work. Yeah, I could see that working out relatively well. Just a removal system. Optimization, what's that? To be fair, you've got a point. I will give you that. Because this is... Okay. Are you ready to hate this? This is going to be actually the foulest part of this code. I swear to God. I'm going to have to start breaking these down. Because I'm not going to just do this here. This bit of the code that I'm about to do, right? This is fucking disgusting. I want this known. This is absolutely just awful, what I'm about to do. There we go. That one fucking inline function is longer than the goddamn screen. I hate it. So let's start breaking these down a little bit. So just to show, again, like, really how bad that line of code was, is I'm actually going to start breaking these down so you can see how just egregiously bad this ternary operator is. That is a single line of code. And you know what's even worse about this single line of code? I need it twice. I hate myself. Alright, that was foul. So that's the percentage variable, that's the color minimum, that's the background. Yeah. Okay, so what were these colors that I needed? Actually just disgusts me. I hate this code so much. False. False. It's actually mildly aggravating. I hate it. Now for also further irritation. This isn't what we need though. So we just need this, the current. But we need pretty much everything but the color, I believe. All right. False, false, true, cool. And then we need sea lime. We probably should change these colors at some point, by the way. Of course, yeah. Have fun with that, though, yeah? Like, man, it's... Gotta always have fun. Enjoy getting that done. And like I said, hit me up when you do want to work further on that project, because I'm actually very interested in it. I'm curious what you'll do with it in the future. And I'm always willing to help. Alright. Yeah, I hate these ternary operators. What's worse, by the way, about this ternary operator is I'm probably just gonna reuse this again when I'm doing the change calls to the values. Because I'm gonna have to like do a kind of a change call for all of it. Oh, I also need to do that! I fucking love myself. There's another bar I need to do. I forget, there's 3 bars that go into a health bar. Oh, I am misspelling it, yeah. And then... sea orange. Man, I'm not looking forward to some of this, man. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. Okay, EX bar. So, same X position, new Y position? Okay. Honestly, I should probably just copy the whole bit and then just dissect it from there, right? So GUI is the GUI height times 0.1 now. And the GUI... height position is height by... oh god. I think some of this is me editing it as well, because I'm just like editing it as I go. Alright, then this value... I probably should turn this into an equation, realistically. Okay, that is all of that one done. Not too hard, not too hard. And now for the assist bar, which should be a lot of similar things. Okay, this is going to be the annoying part. So the actual X position is going to be this plus this plus this, I believe. And that's 0.9. 0.090. PP target. Look, it's the subtle things that humor me at this point, right? I feel like I'm allowed a little bit of a haha, that's a really stupid joke moments. Right? Right? I'm sure I am. Okay. Now, theoretically, all of this should work perfectly fine. So I should now, instead of a lot of this, I'm going to rip out a bunch of things. So here, for example, I'm going to have dot bar dot draw. But we're also going to have dot bar dot it's target equal, and then we'll go grab that ternary operator again. And then we're also going to rip this out. And then the width is minus equal. That position. So that should work now. What is the easiest way to test this functioning as intended? Play case on, get the DOT going, and seeing if I can actually see it rendered or it crashes. Yeah, it's probably the easiest way. So we need to... Okay. That is a concern. Let's try this again. Okay. Yeah. All right. Then let's leave this as was and go back to the OUI. Change this. There we go. Okay, and then go back to the crate, and 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. Gee, before all this, then we could just put this in here. Okay. Does it crash? It does. Background is not set. Yeah, that's a good point. That's on me. Background was SP background by default. So far though, that did look good. Should mean the rest of this should run. Didn't hit any of the actual proper, like, interactions. Okay, we're in. That's not drawing correctly. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Is it because I've not pushed through gap as well? So, plus gap. Does that fix your issue? It's looking right, more or less. Obviously with some issue there. It's slightly overlaying. That's why. Times 0.99. And this was times 0.95? Okay. Now, with that being the case, if I now also introduce... instead of you two, control K. I also can control K these. It should be HP bar dot target equals that, and then HP bar dot draw. Now, there's an argument to be made. I could pass through in the draw event the current requirement to make things better. Interesting. Oh, gap. Forgot gap again. And that will also mean you need plus gap. So I don't know if people can actually kind of like realize what we've been doing with this. It's not an easy thing to explain either, but if we're looking at like how the health bar moves now, you'll see that like versus how the EXP bar, so if I pick up an EXP, it goes from this to this. Right? Whereas this, you can see it kind of like bounce. Like it looks like it's dragging to the location. Very, very fast, mind you. I can change that value quite easily, but that is now a thing that we have available to us. Which does make the bar look significant. Okay. Shield bar. Shield. Shield bar dot draw. Now the border is SP bar. And then I need to remember, so there's calculations for these positions. Because why the fuck not? Right, because it's width. Width is that. Yeah. Okay, how does this look in game? So we don't need to care about the DOT anymore. DOT is kind of like naturally in there. In fact, we shouldn't actually see the DOT bar anymore. So there is going to be a mild issue, and we're going to fix that now. The benefit is all of these totals are the same, right? So total equals this. Thought so. The moment I kind of like got most of the way through that, I was like, wait a minute, don't I actually have a function specifically for dealing with max health? Because that's technically not right. Which also means these are going to be wrong. There we go. Shield value is less than the max player health, gives the shield value, otherwise it gives max player health. As a little thing as well. Alright. I think we're doing pretty decent with this so far. It's a nice change as well. It does look visually better. It's just really hard to notice on certain scales of it, right? The EXP bar is going to be where it's most noticeable, I think. Alright, Speaking of, let's just sort out the EXP bar now, shall we? XP bar dot draw. So it's going to want a background and it's going to want a thing. So grab this code. And it's going to want a border. Draw that code in. Now, experience max. I don't think... Do I have... That is the correct thing. I guess so. Gonna have to change that, potentially. Alright. XP bar dot... And I'm just gonna put D here for the moment so I can get... target equals... current and total equals max. And then I'm going to be back in just a second. And we back. Alright. So... Same bullshit? Yeah. Same bullshit. Okay. So we're gonna need... this... here. EX bar dot draw. Alright. Theoretically, all essential bars will now have been edited accordingly to now use the new system. For the player UI. And it shouldn't look significantly different. I say immediately we can see that's not being the case. No gap increase here. That's fine. And then... I misread part of that calculation, haven't I? So... X position doesn't change. X position changes here. So it's X position, so it's the previous X position, plus the width, plus that. And the width is the previous one. It's the health bar's width times 0.2, not the GUI width. No, it's still off. I'm misunderstanding something here. Hey, Noxy, how's it going? What is it that I'm misunderstanding here? I'm missing like a decimal somewhere. So, Y position is exactly the same as previous. Height position is exactly the same as previous. Then the X position is, it's not this, it's this. Oh, my dad's stupid. Maybe? It's previous X position times... Yeah, I am that stupid. May have got Navara and Oberon Prime. Nice, nice. Never too bad. Oberon's a pretty fucking solid one, and Navara, I mean... I don't know, Avara's a difficult one for me. Because, like, I do not value her anywhere near as much as I should. She's good. She's good. But... yeah. I don't have a stealth frame yet. Yeah, I mean, she is... Dependent on what you want for the stealth frame, she is the better of the two. Because Loki's more aggressive stealth. Avara's more like, I just don't want to interact with the game stealth. Alright. You're missing a value. That's like slightly off, isn't it? Are they slightly too high? Is that what's happening here? Yes, they're slightly too far to uplift than they're supposed to be. I think is what's going on. God, that's really hard to see. Mainly the assist bar. The assist bar seems off. God. Going to the supermarket, grab lunch. Fair enough. I'll probably be on call in like, I actually don't know how long. Because I'm going to work on this bar thing and then I'm going to like work on a couple of other things. We'll see. Probably won't be that long. You'll probably be back from the supermarket and there's a good chance I'm still fucking pissing around. We want to do circuit? Alright, well... I get the message. I get the very subtle message. I will see what I can do. Yes, the X position isn't quite right. Width 0.25. Should be right. Because the current X position should be set here. We know we would need you. You know, it's when it comes to Warframe, he's the nicest person around, I swear. Rest of the time. Shit. What is this positioning data being off by? Ping me when you get back from the supermarket and I'll see if I'm still going and what energy I'm at. And I'll try and either finish up by then or something. And I'll make myself something to eat quickly. Because I do have... I can make that later, I guess. Yeah, I'll make the chicken stuff later. I just need to make sure I use my chicken that I've got sitting in the fridge today. Because it's, technically it's gone off already, but it was in the freezer for a bit. I bought it on reduced clear because it's like 2 days away. And yesterday was the day it was supposed to go, so. It's like, if I don't use it today, I need to toss it. Kind of thing. So I need to make sure I remember to do that later today. If I don't do it for lunch. I don't know what I'm missing in this equation. Point 1. The X position is... Is that what I've got wrong? Oh, that's Y position. Yeah, X position set way above. Oh, it's because I think the borders are slightly mispositioned now, actually. Is the truth of it. Because wasn't it this here? No. Ah. I don't know why it's mispositioned. It should actually align correctly. Because I've added the alteration that's according with this. Might need to play around with that at some point. Not too urgent. The fact is, we've got the new bars in now, so that'll feel a lot better for, like, kind of the visual cohesiveness. Yeah, it's hard to see. If I do, maybe... Can you kind of see that, like, the bars are coming up at the top little corner of the thing? It's like a pixel, basically. feel like if I push it down by a pixel or two, it'll be fine. So the fact that it's fine on the health bar, but it's not fine with these is what's confusing me the most. Because it's not perfectly fine on the health bar. If I hold it like this, we kind of get the visual for a little bit. It's really hard to see, but it's a little off. So I think I hold this, and this actually allows for more things to spawn. I'm not sure. So I can't remember if this actually pauses world space correctly or not. Interesting. If you're moving and drag and then let go, it holds the value. But you can reset it easily. I don't mind if that's the case. That's a very low-end user bug that's fairly intuitive to fix. I'm fine with those. So I think it's the lower the number I have the thing, the longer it takes to get to the new position, or to get to the target. Yeah, I'm also just double checking that like an EX reduction actually is correct on the totaling here. Yep, okay, it does work correctly. Cool. Displays perfectly what I want. I do love, by the way, the best weapon for bosses right now will actually be the, what's it called again? Moth Goop. It's by far the best weapon for bosses, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play around those bars. We're also gonna have to introduce those bars to the bosses, which is gonna be, that is gonna be nightmarish. I can say that now, because... Is it in here? This. It's like when they get pushed to the thing, I'm gonna have to like, oh, there's gonna be so much like little bullshittery that I'm gonna have to do. Like, basically what's gonna have to happen is that when I push the bosses in, I'm also going to have to push in their thing. Their, bar, the smooth bar construction. Like, the struct for that. And then in here, I'm gonna have to edit those values constantly. Obviously, all of these are going to get edited with it, right? Because it's going to have to work within that matrix space. Oh, it's going to be annoying. I'm not going to do it right now. No. But I will see how it goes, right? Okay. Bro, so many people. Oh, you know that fucking message I was talking about? That I sent with the whole like Genshin could never meme? There is a fucking war of comments since then. It's, oh my god, that's actually really funny. I was wondering why I had like a shitload of pings. I appreciate all the people that are just liking that and just looking at this fucking mess underneath in the comments. That's really funny. Man, I'm glad I started a flame war today. That's kind of funny. That's genuinely really funny. God damn. I honestly, should I share this with you guys? Let's pull up the profile thing again. I want to share this because it's funny. All right, where are we? Genshin could never. So here it is. Like Genshin did all this first, Lamau. It's like, yeah, the point can you not read the fact that it's like making the joke about the marketing though? It's like, all right, okay, cool. And then let's go into here, and it's just absolutely not. You're delusional. It's like first 5-star select, Saint Fire Elixir, blah 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 blah. Starro was literally the first doing that. I was the first fucking your mother. Where does fuck to go seek help? See your father next. At least he'll last longer than you in your 12 seconds. You can't know that because he left you long ago. What the fuck? Bro, this is funny shit, man. And there's also another comment underneath this by I think the other dude where he's just plus they gifted Dr. Ratio and they already have a 5-star selection with the 300 wish on standard banner, blah blah blah. And then we're talking about the artifact sector 2. Sarah was the first doing that. You're retarded, John. No, the thing that you they pulled in this update because they were about you slow homunculus. Honkai just enhanced the ability, blah blah blah. 300 wishes more, yes, plus 50 wishes for a guaranteed 5-star at the beginning of the game. Genshin never did that. Even ZZD did it. So that's what it's needed to make you play a shit game. You're meat riding Genshin and you talk about shit game. Take out what? I don't know who that is. Damn, that shit funny to me. That's actually just so bloody humorous. Bro, that's actually so good. That's so good. I love that. I'm glad I like set someone just completely off with that. So I've talked about this before, is like, if you're like this on Twitter or anything, just don't bother. You're wasting your time and other people's. Both those two people should have stopped ages ago. It's fucking funny though. It's fucking funny. Okay then. I don't know what that comment is. I'm gonna read that. See if it's offensive or... Alright, well. I followed your ex account. I hope you follow me back. I'm good, thanks. I'm not about follow backs. Oh yeah, fucking everyone excited for the next act of Arcane? But I just like this. If I knock on her head, it would make a hollow sound. This applies to me too. Ah yes, Miku. Go follow my Twitter for riveting content. Me apparently starting fucking flame wars in the comments. Why people take it so seriously? Oh, so it is her. Okay, cool. Sorry, so there's the bunch of like leaks and, well not leaks, but announcements for Star Rail, and I did notice a couple of the characters looked familiar. Yeah, some of them are. Cool, that's awesome. But yeah, getting funny memes. Flame Wars, man. Flame Wars are funny. Don't go onto the internet and think, hey, I'm gonna like yell at this person via text, because it's just one or two things is gonna happen. You're gonna get trolled or you're gonna troll someone else, and it's just not worth both your time. Like, come on. That's why I put that comment in there, just a throwaway soft comment that I found really funny. Because I am part of the people that absolutely found the Genshin Could Never meme really funny because of how sad it was. I felt really bad for the people playing Genshin when like every other one of Hoyoverse's games is getting like all of this awesome shit and they would just get jack shit. Meanwhile, then they got their like cool big bunch of stuff recently. Well, I say recently. For the, I think it was the anniversary, right? Because they got like a bunch of shit and it was actually kind of good. So the meme died and now the meme's back. Genshin could never. That's why I said the error has returned. I just find that really funny. The people are just so fucking angry in those replies. I can't wait to check back in like another hour and it just to be even more shit. I hope to God. It's so funny to me. I want it stressed. I do not go out of my way to entice this shit. I just shitpost. If my shitpost angers you, then you might need to go outside a little bit more. Just a thought. Just a thought. You go out and touch that grass, yeah. Yeah. Still at it, don't forget to stretch. I mean, I did go up for the bathroom earlier, but like, this is my work day basically. Even though it is Saturday morning. Well, not anymore, it's Saturday noon! Hell yeah! But no, I'm very used to this. This is what I do. Like 5 hours has been pretty consistently like where I'm sitting now, which I'm happy with that. I would like longer, but you know. Today I'm fine with it being shorter is because I'm already getting asked by mates to play games, right? I'm waiting for that ping when Noxie gets back home. And then I'm gonna have to hop on to Warframe with everyone. And yell at my friend that keeps spending an excessive amount of money on computer stuff. When he doesn't really, honestly, god damn it. It's a blessing and a curse, man. It's a blessing and a curse. Like, he said it himself, he used to be one of the, like, top leading salesmen in his field for a long time. And the problem is that that's never switched off, so he convinces everyone around him to buy a lot of shit, but it doesn't stop him from also getting affected by that. He's really good at convincing himself. I mean, fuck it. As long as things go well, next week I'm going to be, like, going kind of short on money again, just so I can get some of the PC parts sorted out for the new build that we've been, like, teasing and talking about for ages. Because I can't wait to build a new PC, man. I really, really need a new PC. And the fact that I'm getting someone helping me fund that is incredibly awesome. I need to ask them again if they want, like, something in return for that. They did say they were thinking about asking me for something. Where was that? Let's see. I am going to screenshot this so I can make something for them. Cause yeah, no, if you give me something like what they're giving me, I'm going to try and do my best to return the favor as best I can. I wonder if I should actually start like advertising comms or something. I just am still not confident in myself, right? Also, I overdo myself with time as it is, so I wonder what comms would do to myself, right? But it's money, and money sounds nice. So it's kind of hard not to be a little convinced by that argument. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, because I already done the lerping that I needed to do. Double check those. Da, 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 da. All right. So before this, I was looking into, so there's two things we should probably also work on, and I'm still trying to think how I want to, like, I've been thinking about it this whole time of how I want to handle it. So enemies, we want to do some cleanup for that. There's a couple of ideas for that, but I might just trial that off in my own time. And saving, which that one's a rough one because I think I just need to go do further research on, like, file loading. Because while I looked over the stuff we were looking at earlier in the day, like doing JSON load and shit like that, JSON functions, I don't understand them well enough to probably just do that on stream, unless we want to just sit here for ages and do a bunch of reading and talking about that. Because I would need to make a list. So what would we need to actually have saving? Let's think on that for a bit. What actually needs to be saved with this game? So we need to save, so we'll need to save unlocks. This includes characters, skins, and meta upgrades. Actually, let's just call them upgrades here. Alright, so unlock characters, skins, and upgrades. Those are the things that we definitely need to ensure. Is there anything other than unlocks? I mean, I guess currency, right? Currency needs to be set up, but we're not, like, concerned with currency yet because currency's next update, not this update. This stuff is... Again, unlocks is a rough one because technically unlocks is the next major update. Most of that's thing, but this means that not only is it saving, like, the characters and stuff like that, would probably also be saving current equip as well, right? So that would be character assists for all. And skins for all characters again. Is that all I'd want saved? Yeah, pretty much. Because again, we do have in here in main controller here, we do have this. So these would be removed from here. And that'd be put into the JSON save. I'm okay with this, like these things being saved to an INI because INIs are a lot more messable with, and I don't really care if you want to change your settings because most of that's clamped correctly, and most of it's booleans and shit like that. I'm not going to probably save modifiers because you could make an argument, oh, that's a punishment if like a crash happens or something like that, is that or like you quit out and you do want to do that run later. It's like, well, I mean, you left the game. It's also an easy way of resetting the modifiers, I guess, if we don't leave in what we've already got. To be fair, I'm probably going to just let you be able to re-roll modifiers a little bit if you want. Thinking about that? Do I? Probably not. I mean, this is a difficult one because what I'm probably going to do... Actually, that's a good point. What we could do with modifiers is we just make it on room start. We set up the whole list. So this includes only mod value of 2, mod 3, all that. All the way down, we set all of these up at once at the beginning of the room, and it means that if you're switching between the modifiers, it's not going to actually change the things. Because eventually it's going to be an upgrade, right? And I don't really want you to just... The unintuitiveness of you would go into the upgrades menu, you would refund, and then you would redo to just get your resets. No, you should get room start, sets all your modifiers. So if you want to reset, you have to quit the game. Fuck you. Or you do start a run again. That's why I actually considered having it so you save your modifiers when you leave the game. Because by doing that, it entices you to have to do a run. Right? I don't like that. Yeah, I think we're going to keep it with the idea of saving them. Because, say what you will to me on this one. This is one of those ones where, like, I think this is a polarizing choice that, like, players might agree and disagree with me on this. As a developer, my mindset is the modifiers are a very important part of the game. And the idea is that you are randomly going around with them, right? I do think that is it part of this? Okay, I'm gonna do this because I think having it in the room start is a mistake. Because I don't think it's actually affecting when it's first created. This means that basically when the game starts, the entire game should get that randomizer effect. Which should mean the modifier portals actually do get random for the first time you go into them. Like the first time you go into the room. At this stage, obviously. Because that's, I think, something that we've noticed isn't the case. We never get like +1 level is one of our first choices. Whereas now, quick start we did, rolling with it, and healthy quick start, yeah. Cool, awesome. So the RNG is randomized upon game launch. Cool. God, looking at some of these, I can see how much, like, I've actually improved with how I do these. Because, like, Vox looks like he's throwing his fucking ass out on his loop. Boom. Boom. Like, it's way too far of a jerk for the movement. Even Aura that's like kind of moving a lot faster seems a lot more fine. I like Matara's though. Matara's cute. I can't wait to actually finish her kit. Yeah. I kind of dislike that Booby just seems to be objectively one of the best assists in the game. Like, his assist ability sucks ass, but like his ability that he gives you is really good. Damage infinitely scaling and a little bit of healing. I don't know. I might have to hit that with a hammer at some point, maybe. Because like I'm trying to refrain from having too many like the idea of having items or abilities having power on the player, on that character, within that ability. If that makes sense. That's why, like, Booby's a great example of what I actually want to do, probably moving forward, which is their passive interacts with everything. Their passive is the one that does the thing. Not the item, or the ability. Because I've already got two... So there's one item... No, there's two items in the game that interact specifically with the original character, and that's Gura and Juniper. And I consider those very fine. Like, I'm 100% happy with those because the way they interact is fitting. They're not gameplay interactions, they're visual interactions. Juniper doesn't get stronger when you change her sprite. She gets stronger because you've leveled up Mothaholic. But everyone gets that. Do I want to potentially add like unique interactions? Again, if I was to do that, I would do it in the passive. And I would specifically write in the passive, this gives this thing more levels. For example, like if I was to give, this is something I've considered. Mothaholic gets more levels, but only on Juniper. Right. So that's an idea that I've considered. If I was to do that, I would write it on their passive, though. I think that would be the correct thing to do, right? Like, gain an additional 2 levels, like, gain an additional 2 levels that can be given to this item that grant it more more bonuses. And then I'll have to make a system to clamp, when the name, like the thing's not, a condition's not met, right? Because at the moment, actually, it wouldn't be too hard. I wouldn't need to set a condition. What I would need to do, especially if it's an item, or because if it's an item or something like that, it's equipped after the passive. The passive is the last thing equipped. If it's an ability, that's a bit more difficult. It would actually probably be easier at that point for the ability to handle the thing itself. If it's a passive, because of the order things are done. So let's just clear out most of this. So none of this is really, whatever. We'll come back to that later. Anyway, so how things are added to a character is its weapon, item, and then passive in the code order, because it's it goes through, it gives this its upgrade, it gives this an upgrade, and then it gives this an upgrade, and it just auto upgrades these for you. So that's why you start the game with a weapon, an item, and a passive. So if I want to have an interaction with, and keep in mind that your ability is just added into the pool of upgrades. So it's just added into the list of upgrades. That's all it does. So if I was to say interact with an item or a weapon, the passive is the correct way. If I was to interact with an ability, it's the ability that needs to handle it, and it would probably be an ability, and it would check if you have the passive. And it would be really easy to check if you have the passive, because all it would need to go is, like what's in in slot 0. It'd just be the name in the first section of the array. So that would actually be fairly easy. So that's probably how we would approach that in the future. But like what I would do with this is I would just have it on, have a check mark thing, a boolean, for when it's first leveled up, go to this thing's structure and push into the level up array. Which wouldn't be easy to do, but it would be doable. That's interesting. I like the idea of this. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, so that's how we'll probably do journeys. Because we do want to do journey having something like that. Because that's, I think, just the best way to scale the power back a little bit on Mothaholic. Okay, let me correct. It's to stop Mothaholic from overscaling in power universally. Because Motherholic's gonna just get strong as fuck if I give it any more buff than it already does. And it's already incredibly strong on a lot of characters, including Juniper. It's actually going to be very interesting to see what happens if we just buff it only on Juniper. Does that make Juniper insanely strong? Because Juniper's already got one of the best boss killing weapons in the game. So this would have to change. How I write these things would change. Yeah. Because I would need to put in, instead of this value thing here, what we would do instead is we would get this variable here. And since it's consistent across the board, this will make this easier. We'll get this variable here, and we will slot that into another variable as a hold value, and remove that from all the others, and then add it accordingly, right? Yeah. Okay. So these would need to be changed to greater than 2. Instead of this, like, yeah, greater than 2. Instead of 3, it'd be greater than 2, and then that way we can mess with this variable easily. Okay, I can... Do I start doing that now? I don't want to do it right now, but I do want to do it at some point. Okay, yeah, no, I like the idea of it though. Shouldn't be too hard because it would just be finding the level up variable and nudging that in, right? Nudging that in accordingly. Okay. That might be what we do like next week a little bit. I'll write that down. Write that down. Write down. There we go. Okay, I've written that down for next week or whenever I get the time. There's also the tooltip ones that we did see. To be fair, EXs and assists also need their tooltips done. Assists and EXs also need amplification added correctly, because that's still not in. And I'm... Okay, hot take, I'm thinking I'm going to rework Iron Mouse's assist. I'm actually tempted to rework a lot of Iron Mouse. To be a little bit more interesting. Not hugely, she's still going to be very healing focused, and her general gameplay loop's not going to change, but I think I might just move some things around, because I do not think she's strong enough at this point to be worth it. Like, at all. I think she is drastically underpowered in certain areas and too strong in others. So I want to shift that, like, power fantasy of her around a little bit, so she might have still a nice consistent early game and a just way more interesting late game. I think her EX is going to stay the same, more or less. I don't think there's much of a thing I'm going to do there. But her assist needs to change, because there's no point in having an assist amp, if that's the case. EX amp, I can think of an idea. Assist amp, I just don't feel it's great. Giving you a room nuke every 100 seconds is kind of a bit to me. And it just feels really boring for an assist, especially from Iron Mouse, right? Iron Mouse coming in for an assist shouldn't just be her doing that. It needs to be something cooler. And I do need to start actually, like, making the animations that I want to make for EXs soon. Because, like, Aura still is very disappointing with how her EX looks. The functionality is not really going to change, but, like, I've talked about this before. Aura was always kind of intended for her EX to actually function like she is standing there, she jumps up into the air, and then she, like, kind of swings her sword downwards like that, down towards the ground, and deals damage. The problem is, genuinely, this animation. That is the only reason I've just not done it, because that's going to be really irritating to design this animation. And get it all functioning. It's the same with a lot of ults, like a lot of EXs. EXs feel very disappointing at this point, because while some of them are very powerful, they're just not very visually appealing. And that's not worth it. That's not good. An EX is supposed to feel like their ultimate move. Their big, like acclamation of who they are, right? Why do I have two of it open? God damn it. So I might need to, like, go through and do something about that. That's why, like, Juniper, it's her turning into the giant full moon, because I think that's, like, one of her, like, big defining epic things that she has. Matara, it's her growing large as well, but that's because, like, that's how she was introduced. It was the joke of it. It was roach tags. Aura is supposed to be the big slash. Gura is supposed to be summoning the giant water shark and it flies off in a direction. Like, these things are what I want from these characters. That is all pretty on point. But yeah, Iron Mouse on the stage thing, like, the idea with hers is that she's supposed to send, like, a riff. She's supposed to pull out a guitar and do a riff. And that's actually what nukes the thing. Because she's just... I think it's very important to acknowledge her musical prowess. She's an amazing person, after all. And because you can only do so many things with voices, like obviously Vox, for example, I had it as waves coming out and affecting things, slowing enemies and all that. Less damage, more slows. Because I like the idea of the CC for it. And because, again, he's more ASMR idea, right? Is what you immediately think of him. But he's got a great voice. The problem is, like, characters like Booby, it's kind of left more up to me, because, just no offense, but Booby doesn't stream very often. I wish he streamed more. I mean, that's why I do expect with Shy Lilies, I've talked about this, I think, before, is that, like, currently her ult is just using her ability, her weapons particle effect. That's intended to change, and I do want to add, like, the little shrimp things to the swarm, because it just looks cool. To be fair, I still think that that entire particle needs to actually be animated and not just rotating, because that's the issue, is it's just rotating a sprite. It's a singular sprite on a rotation. It looks good, it's just not what I want. Not long term. But this becomes this whole issue of this is... I hate that I keep just looking at the game and going like, oh, this visual improvement I want to make, this visual improvement, that visual improvement, and it's just like this constant effort of trying to figure out a good answer to it all. But yeah, see? It's just a sprite rotating. Like, I could just animate this with, like, 3 frames and it would be much better. To be fair, I also need to improve the suck effect, I think. But yeah, like, this is the ult. It's literally just your ability, but bigger. I do like the bar changes, by the way. Like, it is a very subtle change, but it is very... Like, it's very clearly improving the experience, in my eyes. I just need to fix what's going on with the assist and the EX bars. Oh yeah, that's not even using insta-kill, either. That's using the old code. Now, I want to double check something, because that just felt a little wrong a second ago. No, that's working correctly. But yeah, like, the drag of these is not feeling anywhere near as adequate. It's supposed to pull enemies into the center. But it seems like it's very, very much not doing that. Huh. That's interesting. I'm gonna write that down. I didn't notice that earlier. Hmm. I was about to say, where the fuck did the boss gone? Yeah, see, this is the problem with Shy Lily, is like, by design, she does not do much damage. She's just like consistently hard to kill. Especially when she gets to higher things. Hmm. Oh, welcome back, Noxie. Yeah, I'll finish up in a sec then. Just kind of like doing some general shit, running around, figuring out. Still need to fix this bug. This bug's funny, but it's not intended. The fact that, so what that bug is that like, I think every one of the things that dies triggers all of the stuff that's necessary for the shrine. To drop its reward. So like, sometimes you'll just get 3 crates or something, which is not intended. It's only supposed to give you 1. Crates are very, very strong, because they're just a free level most of the time. Or they get the bonuses, the special ones. Which reminds me, I need to add that waiting system that I designed on my trip. I have it somewhere written. Yes. There it is. Because I want to make it so, with the wait system, the intention was that, like, I could lock you out of higher level things easier. I think that's what we currently have for some of it. I want to invert that as well. To fix it. Love the scrunchie, by the way. Yeah, my pink scrunchie. It's my favorite scrunchie. It's the one I wear all the time at home. Because I've got fucking long ass hair now. If I don't do this, my hair ends up everywhere around the house. More so than it already does. So... Whoop. Yeah, there's a lot that I need to, like, hash out in the near future. I feel like this week I've been, like, a little on the ball with things, but it's just kind of getting back into the swing of things after long trips and emotional turmoil, right? It's always fun. So we'll get that sorted for next week then. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Noxie, I've got something I'll share with everyone when I hop on that's really funny. I caused a massive heated argument on Twitter, and I'm just loving it. You make one single, like, throwaway comment, and someone goes... Like, 2 people just go fucking at each other's throats. It's really funny. So, I'm enjoying that. Looking over at Twitter every once in a while. Was that the screenshot you sent? No, I don't think I've sent a screenshot about it yet. I sent Ed something, I think, at one point. No, I sent Ed something else. Yeah, I sent Ed a fucking funny YouTube short that I thought he'd like. Different friend did Twitter drama? Oh god. All the people doing Twitter drama. Hey, I stand by. Mine was, for the most part, the vast majority of people, they're taking it as what it is, which is a simple joke. It's just, these people are the people that I say need to take fucking a lap and, like, not sit on Twitter 24% of the time, or 99% of the time, and just find things to fucking argue about. It's really funny, though. So, with that being the case, though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Till then, bye-bye.